Good afternoon, everybody. Or I probably should say good evening to some and good morning to others. We're expecting people to be joining from all over the world, and there are quite a lot of you. So we're just going to hang on a little minute while we just actually let all of these people in. So bear with us for a few minutes and I'll be back with you then. I think the numbers joining seem to be slackening off, so I think I'll begin. On behalf of the Institute of Latin American Studies and the Brazilian Institute at King's College London, it's a real pleasure for me to welcome you to what I think is going to be a really exciting conference. Both of our institutes hold large conferences, in part to facilitate the dissemination of research beyond academia. We regularly host events that bring together academics with people from the diplomatic and business worlds, as well as from the social sector and also cultural institutions. In fact, actually anybody who's interested in Latin America. When I started preparing this tour, I thought, when did we start thinking about the populism as a topic for the conference? And it was probably as early as 2016. And with political developments, notably with the election of Donald Trump and Jair Bolsonaro, this topic seemed to become increasingly relevant. So in 2019, Anthony Pereira and I took the first steps towards, formal steps towards organizing this conference. And we contacted Professor Steve Levitsky as one of the most eminent scholars in the field to ask whether he would be prepared to give a keynote in our conference. And obviously, we were absolutely delighted that he agreed to do this, and I know that everyone will be looking forward to hearing what he has to say tomorrow. Professor Francisco Panizza was also due to join us, but and give the second keynote talk tonight. Unfortunately, Francisco is unwell at the moment, I should say not due to COVID, but nevertheless, he's unable to join us, and I'm sure we'll want to send him all our good wishes for a speedy recovery. This does mean that tonight, today's session will finish earlier than actually scheduled. So the conference that we finally scheduled was due to be held last March 2020. But of course, the COVID pandemic intervened. In many respects, I think the delay has been to the advantage of the conference, since recent events associated in particular, I think, with the presidencies of Trump and Bolsonaro have given people further food for thought, and actually demonstrated the really urgent need to try and understand populism and the implications that it has for democracy. And this has been emphasized, I think, particularly as governments seek to deal or not in some cases with the COVID-19 pandemic. And from a technical point of view, of course, one of the advantages has been that we've been able to incorporate within the conference, both as speakers and as attendees, many more people than we would have been able to if we had held it in London. The growth of interest in populism has been demonstrated, I think, by the very large number of proposals that were received for this conference. There were probably enough to hold 2 conferences. And unfortunately, of course, we're unable to accommodate all of them today and tomorrow. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank all of those who submitted proposals for their interest in the event. Finally, in case I do not get a chance to mention it again, I really would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank my colleague, Anthony Pereira, for all his work in drawing up the programme for the conference. I'm not a political scientist, as some of you will know, and the conference couldn't have happened without him. I also want to thank James Bagley, the Communications and External Affairs Manager at the School of Global Affairs at King's College London, for all the logistical support that he's given, but not only that, for his real interest, the real interest that he has shown in the event. I'm sure we're in for a really exciting conference, which involves scholars, I think, at all stages in their careers, and from a great diversity of regions. We've not only studying regions, but also are located in regions. We have people joining us from Australia, for example. So the conference is going to be exciting, so I don't want to waste any more of your time. And I'm going to therefore sign off now and hand over to Ingrid Schleinwein, who I think will be chairing our first session, which focuses on theory. And I'll see you later tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Good afternoon to you all, and welcome to our conference that is Populism in Latin America and Beyond. My name is Ingrid, and I'm a PhD student from King's Brazil Institute, and I'll be chairing this first panel, which is about theory. And our guests for this panel are Fanny Vrydagh from Universite Libre de Bruxelles, and Cesar Jimenez-Martinez from the University of Cardiff, Tony Spanakos from Montclair State University, Halvorsen from Queen Mary University, and Fernanda Torres from National University of La Plata, Ana Carolina Raposo de Mello from University of São Paulo, and Felipe Estre from King's College London, University of São Paulo. So without further ado, I would like to ask all of the panelists to stick to their 12 minutes presentation, otherwise we won't have time to the questions and answers. And please, you can all engage with questions in our chat, and we will pass it through to our panelists, and I'll give you the floor to Fanny Vrydagh right now, and Cesar Jimenez will start with the presentation now. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ingrid. So let me share some slides first. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. So many thanks to all of you. Thank you for the organization. It was actually really smooth and easy to get into all those technical aspects. So thanks a lot to James for all that. And let me briefly introduce our work by the beginning story of our meeting. Cesar and I, we met at a workshop on Paulo Freire theory in 2019. And we were both sharing the same perception that something wasn't right with the fact that some of our colleagues, but as well some actors of the left social movement we were working on, were reluctant with the idea that we could study the right wing. In Cesar's case, he heard some stuff like, but they have nothing to say, those guys. Why are you working on them? And in my case, I heard something like, why aren't you working on something more interesting? But we both, Cesar and I, share the same feeling that the gap of database studies on right-wing commitment and idea was a real lack to understand Brazil polarization. So from our encounter, we start to share on our respective field experience and how Paulo Freire legacy was useful to understand right-wing meaning, and as well reflecting on the growing polarization that was really peculiar to Brazil 2014-2016, and is still going on today. So maybe to start, it is important to restate today that Jair Bolsonaro election didn't come out of the blue. And we should remind that the massive demonstration against the Worker Party and her president, then Dilma Rousseff, those demonstrations that took place between 2014 and 2016 were already showing how strong was the right-wing forces getting. At this time, Brazil was more than ever between the left, supporting the Workers' Party and its member, and the right, which was opposing this left. An opposition is not a bad thing in a democratic system until it reaches a point of a Manichaean opposition where the adversary is presented as a fool and the discourse is closing itself, narrowing the possibility of negotiation and agreement. At this point, we could refer to this opposition as a pernicious polarization, which defined the circumstances when, and I quote McCoy and Summer 2019, political identity becomes a social identity, and it takes on characteristics of political tribalism, in which members of each camp feel loyalty and sympathy toward their own political group and distrust and antipathy toward the other. This was the atmosphere in Brazil politics before and when Jair Bolsonaro was elected. In this peculiar context, we base our analysis on several interviews that were made with most members of the MBL group, Movimento Brasil Libre, Free Brazil movement, which was one of the main organizations that led the protest for the impeachment of Dilma Rousseff that took place between 2014 and 2016. We did several interviews with most members, and what struck us was the similarities between their discourses and the three stages of oppression theorized by Paulo Freire. Those three stages, victimization, conscientization, liberation. So first stages, interviewee told us that they were feeling an oppression from an ideologically, they were feeling ideologically oppression by a left establishment of idea and value. They were describing themselves as victims of a social cultural dominant ideology. Then the second stage is conscientization. In their story, they explain how their encounter on internet, first on Orkut, for those who know that Orkut was a really strong social media in Brazil before Facebook, and then of course on Facebook, they encounter on group and chats, and they start to grow a sense of belonging together. That will be the conscientization of those shared feeling of oppression. Then finally, the third stages will be the commitment explicitly as right-wing supporter. That will be the stage of liberation from the victimization and the oppression. So, in fact, this comparison doesn't resist a stronger critical analysis. Why? Because on the one hand, they are portraying themselves as being subordinated, but their economic profile and the means they had to organize the mobilization, and I'm referring to personal network as well as social and material wealth, as well their social status for being white middle class men in Brazil. All of that put them on a totally different position from what Freire called the oppressed. On the other hand, actually the liberation stages, as it was presented in the interviews and in the organization communication, this way of presenting liberalization kills the association between the three stages and the discourses. Because in Freire philosophy, liberation means to free both the oppressor and the oppressed. And where the liberalization as felt by the MBL members, this way of presenting liberation was deeply linked with a willingness to annihilate the enemy. Their objective weren't to reach a status quo with the left, where agreement and negotiation could be reached. So just to clarify, the way those right-wingers were conceiving the ideological fight was mainly about rhetorical and idea, but it doesn't imply that it doesn't exist. Rather the contrary, these narratives have a strong social and political implication. So finally, maybe, in our work, we would like to share a final observation draw on Paulo Freire theory. The comparison we made between the MBL narratives and the three stages of oppression gave us a glimpse of how the process of pernicious polarization is stimulated. So, as explained, the MBL position is strongly linked to the growing polarization, which was fed by a fanatic position. The fact that they are not letting any space to critical thinking and openness to dialogue, we could refer to this position as a sectarian position as referring by Freire in its taxonomy. So this sectarian position was strongly reinforced by any other sectarian approach of politics. If the opponent is closing the debate, arguing that they have nothing to say, they are not interesting, they are just dull or stupid, then this will be just enhance the victimization feeling and the awareness of being acknowledged. So here again, Paulo Freire can maybe help us a bit to understand how to unlock this vicious cycle. Because he distinguishes the radicals, which will be people strongly committed to their ideas, open to dialogue, able to use critical thinking and humility, from the sectarians, people who close the dialogue and get trapped in their own fanatism. Radical could break the pernicious polarization, whereas sectarian just embrace the circle. And to unlock the pernicious polarization, we certainly need more radical position and openness to dialogue to find a way to deal with these now strong political forces. I will let you with that final reflection. My time is almost up, and thanks everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. That was really interesting. I think now it's Tony Spanakos from Montclair State University. I'll give you the floor, Tony, to start your presentation. Now you have 12 minutes. And I'd like to remind again the participants that they can send their questions through the Q&A chat. Okay, thank you. Tony, the floor is yours.
Obrigado. Thank you, Ingrid. So really quickly, first, thank you to Tony Pereira and Linda Newsom for organizing this, James Bagley for all the help, Ingrid Schindlewein, thank you so much for chairing the session. Thank you to all the organizers and the participants. A special thank you to Matt Taylor, Michelle Romo, and Francisco Panizza, who gave me some comments on this earlier on. So can everyone see my screen? I'm gonna guess that's a yes. Okay, so I don't know if I'll have time to go through everything, so I just want to really quickly give some takeaways. First, I want to argue that populism is something that assumes that there's a misalignment of the structure or the form of politics, what we might call the kratos, and also the identity of the members in that kratos, the demos. And that misalignment is identified in terms of justice. It is seen to be a deliberate misalignment, it's systematic, and importantly, it's resolvable at least partially through electoral politics. I want to make a few points that might seem a little bit controversial for scholars. One is that I think we can think of populism as an ideology. Two, I think we should separate populism from populist politics. Three, I'm going to suggest the idea that institutionality can help us understand how populist political movements express popular sovereignty, but importantly, how populist politics sometimes differ so radically. I will not address the issue of anti-populism, which I think is very important, but I don't have enough time. So first, what is populism? Everyone seems to know this, but we social scientists say, well, what do we actually mean? And I think this is a great question that the conference organizers started us off on, and there's a great line of social science that asks these questions about what seem to be very common sense statements and ideas. Tony Pereira addressed this in 2016 in Patrimonialism. So really quickly, populism involves some sort of rebellion. There's a sense that there's a structure of power, that power is against the people. We in political science normally are concerned about it because we think it has consequences that are negative, primarily for pluralism, institutions, and democracy, although there are some people who argue that there are some redemptive features. I generally am working within a line that I would say is an ideational approach to populism. And within this, there's some room for discussion about whether populism should be thought of as an ideology, whether it's more of a discourse, whether it's a thin ideology. And recently, Paris Aslanidis has argued that it's not an ideology. And I think the reason he does it is that his definition of ideology is a bit too rigid. He thinks that ideologies need to have very far-ranging policy implications and partisans. But if we look at Andrew Haywood's political ideologies, he lists many ideologies that I think fail to meet that standard. And I think it's more helpful for us to think of ideologies in a less restrictive way. So what do I mean by ideology? Ideology is an attempt to make sense of reality within a pre-existing framework that doesn't really change. It gives people who are members of this ideology answers for anything that happens, and there's really nothing that surprises them. If something happens, it's because the system works a certain way. How does it work? It bonds communities, it builds notions of filiality and friendship among people. In the process, it tends to separate them from others. It assumes that there's a structure in which the pleonexia of a few people, the elites, whoever they are, harm the people. And then it also encourages or intensifies polarization, so much so that when we really find an intense form of polarization, as Fanny mentioned earlier in terms of the work of Jennifer McCoy, it leads to the point where we choose our neighborhoods, our friendship, our everyday language. Whose side are you on in terms of it? And so I think that ideology is appropriate for that. When we say that it's an ideology, it's not yet politics. It's something that people think, it's the way they look at the world. It impacts the way that they engage with the world. But more than anything, it's the praxis of populism that really concerns most political scientists and probably most people. In practice, the challenge is that populism tends to be very diverse. It has an indeterminate set of policies, and we can just look at Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, we can look at Alberto Fujimori and Hugo Chavez as very classic populist figures, but very, very different in so many ways. What does there tend to be in common? There's an anti-status quo orientation, which means that it has a particular antagonistic relation with institutions, whether those institutions are understood as rules or organizational bodies. I won't have time to go into that, but I think that there's an important difference. Why is this so important to political scientists? Because one of the things that lies in the background of much of what we think about democracy comes from Linson Steppen's definition of the consolidation of democracy being when all of the relevant political actors accept the rules of the game. And those rules of the game are the institutions. And when populists deliberately, rhetorically attack and sometimes actually attack some or many of the institutions, be they formal or informal, normative or what have you, we tend to see that we automatically assume there's a danger to democracy. And then we have the language of backsliding with Nancy Bermeo and of course, Steve Levitsky and Daniel Zliblad's book and others. So we often think of populist politics as anti-institutional. I think there's a lot of reason for that. And I just want to kind of open a discussion as opposed to necessarily disagreeing. What do populists tend to suggest? First, that institutions are not neutral. It's not possible to have a universal program because the society is so differentiated and segmented that institutions automatically are going to favor one group versus another. This comes out of a notion that the population is divided, perhaps hopelessly so, and therefore the government needs to readdress the way that it responds. Because the structure is so tilted towards one group, it requires some form of rebellion against that structure. And what we see probably most clearly and most consistently in all sorts of populisms is that there's the effort to develop a new language of politics. What can we say is justice? How do we know justice is achieved? How do we legitimize the authority of the branches of government or the state agencies, whatever that they are? And increasingly, especially in the past 25, 30 years, we see that populist politics talk the language of popular sovereignty, and the people's will must be essentially visually made possible, and institutions often get in the way of that. At the same time, I want to go back to the guiding question for the conference and say that we don't know in advance exactly how populist politics are going to turn out because we see that there's such diversity. I don't know how visible this slide is because there's a lot of text, but I want to suggest that there are four different types of institutionality that we see in terms of populist politics. Really quickly, there's what we might call the effort to restore a political order of the past in some way, which generally involves reducing the scope of government, reducing the amount of agencies and the effort to bring in different groups, and then to try to increase the role of local government, have it be citizen-driven as opposed to working for differentiated groups, right? And Jair Bolsonaro falls into this, Law and Justice in Poland, etc. I call progressive the next group. Maybe that's not the best term, but the idea is this is not a group that aims to eliminate institutions or change them, but largely aims to bring people in. Whereas the previous group tries to take the state back, this group tries to bring people in, descamisados, people who are previously marginalized. It often works through corporatist groups or connected to social moves. It's group driven, right? It has these different groups that are supposed to be brought in. It aims at, Juan Perón, Getúlio Vargas are examples of this. The next group is sort of a refounding. This is a group that wants to take the state, but it wants to bring people in, but also wants to radically change the way the political order is run. So new constitutions are important, new institutions, new rules, and the Bolivia with the MAS is an example of this. Finally, there's what I call polemic institutionality, which is not just an effort to take back the state, but basically to essentially try to eliminate the idea of an institutionalized polity and then to replace it with a system where the space of political is open. Institutions are seen as provisional and experimental, and basically the guiding principle is that the people have sovereignty over as much as possible. In each case, we see almost all of the cases, the first three, we see that the people who take power may try to weaken certain institutions where they have opposition, but for the most part, they generally want to reinstitute society in some way and to establish some sort of permanent rules or permanent rights that will be hard to reverse. It's the last one, the case of what we see, say, in Venezuela, which is quite different in the sense that it doesn't seek permanence in terms of what it builds. It seeks to keep permanently open the possibility of change. So let me wrap up here. How does this connect to democratizing democracy? And this is not, in some ways, some of these comments are not exclusive to populism. The idea of populism is, particularly in democracy, is that it is the people's sovereignty that is fundamental. This allows them to critique liberal democracy and institutions that exist. It allows us to create a new orientation towards our language of politics. It raises questions about how institutions fit within the political order. But the thing is that it doesn't really tell us exactly what will happen. In other words, will a populace move in a direction that leads towards perhaps an inclusion of different people and a political realignment, and it winds up reinvigorating democracy, or is it something that really challenges democracy? I want to argue that separating populism as an ideology from populist politics is very important for us to understand that, understanding that. And I think that this concept of institutionality, in what way does the political challenge to the status quo aim to institutionalize itself? I think that institutionality helps us understand why populist politics take particular forms. So just to wrap up, I want to again thank everybody who put this conference together and was kind enough to allow me to participate. I look forward to your comments, and again, thank you to those who gave me comments on this earlier. And I'm going to just stop sharing my screen if I can figure out how.
Thank you, Tony, for your presentation. I'd like to remind again our participants that they can make questions about all the presentations on the questions and answer in the bottom. And we're seeing the presentation from Sam Halvorsen from Queen Mary University and Fernanda Torres from National University de La Plata. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Fernanda Torres. I'm from La Plata, Argentina. Well, I would like to share my screen. Let me see. First of all, I want to say that this is a work that we are writing. It's in progress with Sam Halvorsen. is a friend and a colleague that is unwell, is having some health trouble, so I'm here in replace of him. So please forgive my poor English, and if something is not clear, please don't be afraid of interrupting me. Well, the title of our work is Articulating Populism in Place, the Case of Kirchnerism in Argentina. Sam is a geographer and I'm a sociologist, but I have this special point of view in this and other terms. Well, this is two pictures that I will try to get over later. The first argument of our work is how are places and their particular politics, identities, and antagonism articulated within populist movements. This paper bridges geographical and populist scholarship in order to argue that place, understood as a geographical context of political susceptibilities and antagonism, provides a crucial context for structuring articulation. By focusing on key populist actors, political parties, and social movements across two contrasting regions of Argentina, we examine how the National Popular Kirchnerist movement's articulation of political susceptibilities and demands were informed by place-based context. And these pictures belong to these different locations that are our empirical fieldwork. Jujuy and Mira Rosales is the main leadership, and Nuevo Encuentro, whose leadership is, I don't know if it can see very well, Sabatella. And well, they are both part of the Kirchnerism. Between 2003 and 2015, Peronism, la close archetypical case of populism, took on a progressive center-left form under President Néstor and Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, where it became a hegemonic national popular movement known as Kirchnerism. The success of Kirchnerism relies on its capacity to articulate a diverse set of demands spanning the popular working class sector, much of which have been disincorporated under the previous neoliberal incarnation of Peronism in the 90s, under the government of Carlos Menem, and the middle classes whose standard of living has been in decline following the financial crisis of 2001. In a country with strong political decentralization, regional identities, and high territorial inequality, however, Kirchnerism was informed by very different geographical contexts within Argentina, and its capacity to articulate it with and across different places was a key strategy. This articulation and its place-based context is what we want to explore and to analyze. We will on recent geographical readings of populism, in particular Gillian Gramscian reading of articulation and translation. In so doing, the paper provides sorry, I don't know what sorry, provides particular Gillian Gramscian reading of articulation and translation. In so doing, the paper provides a place-based reading of populism that holds Argentina at its theoretical and empirical starting point. At the heart of our argument is the assertion that populism cannot be understood in abstract terms. Rather, it must be appreciated through the particular place-based context that allow it to be articulated and provide certain contradictions that will need to be confronted. I don't have enough time to develop the empirical analysis that support our point of view, but well, we choose two very different places. Jujuy is being one of the country's poorest, and Buenos Aires the richest place in our country. Culturally, geographically, demographically are very different. And in one hand, we have a social movement, la Organización Barrial Tupac Amaru, and the other hand, Nuevo Encuentro, that it is a center-middle political party. Well, following Laclau, we understand articulation as a dual process of, on the one hand, the bringing together or co-joining of two otherwise autonomous elements, and on the other hand, the signifying and creating a new identity. This is what we understand that different articulation from an alliance, okay? Then the creating of a new identity. Building on Hart, we argue that if place is to provide a useful analytical framework for understanding populist articulations, then we must understand how it structures the articulations of class, race, gender, and other hegemonic categories. In brief, we argue that populist articulations are structured not only by their historical conjunctures, but also place-based context. We understand place as a geographical context that structures political and social life. Places are multidimensional, involving both material practices and symbolic representations, and consist of a specific location, a concrete everyday locale, as well as distinct sense or identity. The context of place must be understood in relation to both the identities and social composition of the people for whom place provides this everyday life experience and material practice, as well as political antagonisms that often intersect with formal political institutions of the state, embedded at a particular scale. Central to Hart's reading of Gramsci is that linguistics, and hence articulation and hegemony, are inherently spatial, inherentemente, I don't know if I pronounce well the word, as well as historical, and as such, any populist analysis must pay close attention to those spatial relations, ideas, practices, and representations following Henry Lefebvre, that make hegemonic projects possible. In other words, populism can only be understood in the context of place. We take Hart's work forward by highlighting three elements of place as context. First, political subjectivities are constructed in and through place and provide a basis for articulating the people in a popular national project. Second, political antagonisms reflect place-based hegemonies that may span both formal and informal political institutions. And third, the context of place refers not only to its cultural and political particularities, but also the ideas of languages, including academics, that shape it. Finally, the national popular discourse, first, I want to say another thing. This period reignited the study of populism and Peronism in Argentina, in which disputes some divide, there is significant consensus over the populist character of the Kirchnerist government. There have been notable contributions to understanding how the political incorporation of popular sectors, including the managing and distribution of social policy, have been guided by the territorial logic and strategies of the popular movement that emerged in the 90s. Added to the strong political and financial decentralization of the Argentina state, territory has become an important dimension to contemporary politics in Argentina and provides one lens for examining how specific political alliances are forged in subnational context. Rarely, however, is the national popular analysis from the context of place. In this context, we propose that a place-based analysis of populist articulations provides a helpful means of furthering the literature on Kirchnerism. The national popular discourse in Argentina, we argue, relies on a contradictory relationship to place-based context, both marginalizing it while relying on its articulation. The national is configured as a central hegemonic device. So the movement national, the act of the national is the central hegemonic device, but we must pay attention to the various dimensions from which that signifier is filled with sense, ideological, class, ethnic, content, etc. Moreover, that sense needs to be built around a people subject. It is national, but it is also popular. In other words, the people are constructed via the multiple relationships and demands that are processed in the construction of a subject against the so-called elites, mobilized by parties, movements, and leaders. The national popular discourse, however, must be translated into and from the particularities of place-based context, and the strategies of articulating place takes on a central role. In this paper, so articulation provides us with an analytical approach for examining populism by focusing attention to how specific actors, parties, movements, and leaders seek to connect the identities and antagonisms that are situated in specific places, and how in so doing the meaning of Kirchnerism and place-based discourse are necessarily reworked. Well, I hope that I could be some clear, and thank you very much for this space, for this debate, and well, I look forward for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernanda. Thank you very much, Fernanda. We're now having Ana Carolina Raposo de Mello and Felipe Estre from University of São Paulo, and Felipe also from King's College London. Again, I would like to remind you to leave your questions for the panelists in the questions and answers. So Ana and Felipe, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. Hi, everyone. I'll be sharing the floor with Felipe, so he'll be presenting his screen. Hope you all can see it and hear me well. So we began to pay attention to globalism in 2019 when Ernesto Araújo, the current foreign minister, took office, and he began mentioning the concept of globalism in his official speeches. So we just got curious. When I say we, I mean the group of Foreign Policy and Brazilian Foreign Policy and Identity at the Institution of International Relations at the University of São Paulo. We began monitoring official speech and also tweets, manifestations on social media. At first, we were interested on the manifestations of political leaders, but we thought that when monitoring social media, we wanted to see how it was spread, who were the main actors. So we set up very broad filters. We wanted to know how it manifested. We had no idea about the network or how it would present itself. So we set up filters just with the words globalism, globalismo, globalista y globalistas, which in Portuguese correspond to globalism, globalists, or globalists. So it was very broad. And we got lucky enough to get results also in Spanish and Italian. So we got this huge amount of tweets in a short period of time. We got more than 1 million tweets. If you could jump to the next slide. Thanks. So these are, kind of ugly tables. This is a work in progress, but we could see some interesting things in this debate. First of all, globalism is how far-right populists understand international relations. This is very particular to far-right populism. As Fanny and Tony said before, this is very, populism can be very broad in terms of ideology. So this is a far-right take on how international relations work, how they express a very strong menace of cultural Marxism dominating the world through some governments, some institutions such as the UN or the WHO, China, or some business leaders such as George Soros, for instance. And well, out of this more than 1 million tweets, half of them were in Portuguese. The other half was divided majorly in Spanish, and we had a few tweets in Italian. Tweets in Spanish were majorly from Spain, but they also had a great participation of Colombia, Venezuela, and Chile. In Spain, they were voiced by leaders or affiliates from the Vox political party. In Brazil, they were, oh, this is interesting. Tweets in Portuguese were like 99% referring to Brazil specifically. And they were mostly, there were some very few critical tweets to the idea of globalism, but most of them were actually anti-globalist in the sense that they took upon them this this rhetoric of anti-globalism, and they were Bolsonaro supporters. What was interesting to see is that despite the fact that regardless of any differences in these countries, their neighbors, their political issues, their development level, their income level, they all had this same view on how their foreign policy should be, or in concrete terms, to be in a constant war with globalists. Globalists are trying to destroy the world as it is, and it's not a propositional take on the world. So it's mostly about preserving freedom and destroying those institutions and leaders and governments that represent the globalist threat. The debate was highly concentrated in few voices. So as you can see in the case of Brazil, a mere 614 tweets were responsible for nearly 300,000 retweets. So very few voices make a lot of noise, and they are replicated. So we still haven't finished the network analysis of those tweets because our focus was on discourse analysis. And so we gathered these engaging tweets, these tweets that dominated the debate, and we sought to find homogeneous traits between the different languages and the different countries. And this is where I give the floor to Felipe, so he can explain a little bit of his discourse analysis.
Okay, thank you, Anna. So what is interesting when you talk about the content of these tweets and is how their narrative is constructed. So the analysis went in two parts. The first part was to focus on a content analysis. So just to map what are the tweets talking about, what the people talking about. And the second part was to try to understand and analyze what how they link those elements that we identified. The first thing that is quite interesting is that they have their heroes. So their narratives focus especially on Trump. It's a well-known voice, of course. And we have 70% of the tweets that we analyzed in Spanish that mentions Trump in a way or another, and in Portuguese, 6%. And in Brazil, we have a specific actor, which is Bolsonaro, who also is present a lot in the tweets and how they are represented. Usually, anti-globalists, they are linked with Bolsonaro, and the speech he tries to reproduce. And I call them the heroes of the anti-globalist movement. The second part is try to understand who are the globalists. And it's quite interesting because it's a diverse group, as you can see. We have China and Chinese in general. We have communists, leftists, and la izquierda. And it's quite a diverse group, and everything can be in it. We have the establishment, which is also controlling and pairing with the globalists. We have the media. We have George Soros, or Paul Lehmann, or Bill Gates. They are all together. We have the UN, the World Health Organization. We have the European Union. We have LGBT. We have the Black Lives Matter movement, which is only a puppet of the globalists. We have the feminism, and they are all together in the same group, and they are all called globalists. And it's quite interesting to say that many of the tweets, they link all of them together. So we can find tweets that they criticize the coronavirus, the China, George Soros, and Black Lives Matter, and every movement, and they just call them anti-globalists, as if they're trying to destroy them, as if they try to control them and control everything. What is interesting is that 16% of the tweets in Portuguese, they call the coronavirus a strategy. Many of them say that the coronavirus was created by the Chinese to control the world, and they apparently the globalists to bring chaos and to destroy their families. They are called Satanists. They are called anti-religion. Even the Pope is called a communist Satanist sometimes. The narrative that they want to control everybody is quite consistent in Portuguese and Spanish. We can see that in almost 10% of the tweets in Spanish and 15% in Portuguese. And there's specific discourse that we can see in Spanish, which is the anti-immigration discourse. And it's quite interesting because we cannot see that in Portuguese. So there are a few differences, but you have a very consistent core, which is the globalists are trying to control the world. They are pairing with the groups that we said that we discussed earlier, and also they share a specific way of acting, which is people, the anti-globalists, they are in war. Sorry. Anti-globalists, they are cornered and they have to fight back. The globalist movement is huge, it's everywhere, it's well connected. They want to destroy our families, we have to fight back. They want to destroy countries, they want to control everything, and they want to be on top of everybody. So what is interesting is that they say that they are bringing chaos and they are producing chaos. So every problem in the world is produced by the globalists. And the thing is that this kind of discourse is usually paired with the question, can't you see it? It's obvious. Only if you cannot see what is happening, if you don't connect the dots, we are losing that. And if you don't do that, we'll be controlled by globalists. So if you are either you are with us or we are with the globalists. There are no other way. So the way they connect those dots, the way they connect these pieces of information together is quite interesting because it's a typical conspiracy theory discourse. So we have this pairing. They have the traditional, the globalism Twitter, they have the anti-globalism Twitter, they have the traditional populist discourse of we the people are fighting a common enemy, we are fighting the establishment, but also it has quite marked conspiratorial influence and way to pose questions and to pose their arguments. They are quite conservative in the sense that they are criticizing the environment, they are criticizing not the environment, they're criticizing Greta, they're criticizing philanthropists. And the way they connect or the way they present themselves is a negative way of understanding who are the people. So we believe that one of the reasons why we can see that transnational is so well-defined, because they are what the globalists aren't. So you can be Spanish or Brazilian or anything, but you are together because you are against the globalists. So the sense of urgency and danger is what makes them pair, and they see themselves cornered and they have to act fast without time to think. And it's interesting because when we think about knowledge production, we usually think about a way that a methodology that we follow to get to things, and they they promote an inversion of that equation. So they are anti-globalists, and therefore that is correct. Therefore, they are saying what is truth. And if you are not with them, so the reality is on top of knowledge. In that sense, you are against us. And this consistency is quite visible in Portuguese and Spanish. And we are, the next part will be to discuss in Italian, but we believe we will see the same things. Anna?
Okay, so just to make our final remarks, this is, as we said, a work in progress. It would be very interesting to see how it evolved in the following months. This research comprehended January to July 2020. So we had the emergence of the pandemic and so many other subjects. Anyway, globalism is highly, as we could extract from what we saw in the tweets, it's highly connected to conspiratorial views of how the world works, but it also affects the country's foreign policies. And wherever the countries are led by far-right populist leaders, it has the potential to affect their foreign policies in the sense that they shifts the alliances potentially, at least when it comes to discourse. It potentially shifts the positions and the stances a country might take. So whenever a far-right populists may be in office, we can see it's possible that we see shifts in foreign policy too. So that's it. Thank you so much for having us, and we'll answer your questions shortly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anna and Felipe, for your very interesting presentation. I'd like to move to the questions now. I'll start with the order of the presentations, doing questions first to Fanny, and I'll do the questions in a block, and I'll give you around 5 minutes each to answer the questions, okay? So Fanny, in the questions and answers, there's a curiosity about these discussions about Paulo Freire, as well as we have a question here that Anthony Pereira did, that is, how might the MBL members react to your finding that the narratives of victimhood have affinities with Paulo Freire's three-stage analysis? Don't they hate Paulo Freire? So enlighten us a little bit more about this whole debate relation with Paulo Freire, please.
Thanks, Ingrid. Yes, of course. Thank you for this question. I will maybe start to briefly remind that although we see the social movement for the destitution, the impeachment, as one block, in fact, we have several different currents inside it. For example, the three main organizations that led the protest had themselves different point of view, different shade of radicalism. From my PhD research, which I carried on mostly on those three organizations, I could say that, for example, Revoltados Online was the most radical one, was clearly conspirational. This one was totally different from the Vem pra Rua, which was much more into the nationalism position, into the possibility to have dialogue and a respect of the democratic institution as well. And the MBL will be probably more linked to the right wing, to the alt-right sort of way of doing politics and demonstration. So, and plus, inside those groups, we have different individuals with different point of view and sensibilities. And because our research is really micro links, it's important here to really clarify those specificity. So clearly, the MBL and the right social movement is against Paulo Freire theory, because it considered that it will be part of the cultural Marxism brainwashing. However, I think that the fact that in my comparison, the fact that in our comparison, Cesar and I, we acknowledge this feeling of victimization, that would be for them, let's say, a huge step. And although they will feel probably uncomfortable with my comparison, and some of them in a sectarian position will reject it, some of them will also try to enter in dialogue with this comparison. I haven't put any example in my presentation, but I heard in the interviews a lot of young person telling me that they were bullying at school for being right-wingers. Some of them told me that they felt rejected by the fact that right-wing in Brazil was always, in their mind, associated with military dictatorship, and therefore something really bad, something awful. So even though my comparison could be a bit for them part of the left way of doing analysis, they will probably happy to see just the fact that in our work we are giving space to this feeling they have, and that's part of that is an important part of our work, to just try to understand them first, and after reach to conclusion and try maybe to enter into a dialogue. That will be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Fanny, for your enlightenment for us. There's a question, there are a few questions for Tony. I'll start with the one here from Anthony Pereira. Does institutionality help us to distinguish between populism and democratized democracy and those that dismantle democracy? If so, how? And there are questions as populists constantly emphasize their success in reinstitutionalizing democracy, introducing new institutions. But for extremely Praetorian systems like Thailand and Pakistan, the existing structures are solidified by the populist regime with very little institutional transformation. So where can we fit that model of institutionality in populist-dominated political systems? Also, considering the end of Trump's government, what does mean for populism in Latin America? Is it a tendency to rise, or the ideological line should decrease in favor of pragmatism? Okay, so we keep to that now. We'll see if there are more in the future.
Okay, thank you so much, Ingrid. So really quickly for Tony Pereira's question, I'm not entirely sure. I think that institutionality helps to some extent. But again, I think that there are certain elements that are just hard to predict in advance. When populists deliberately tinker with institutions, we open up the risk for dismantling democracy, but it also opens up some space for democratizing democracy, particularly for groups that feel that they're aggrieved. I think it's really hard to know in advance without starting from a position that is per se ideological. This group must be anti-democratic, this group must be pro-democratic. But I think that institutionality can help us understand how democracy gets dismantled or becomes a bit more democratic. But I need to think about this some more, so thank you for the question. For Asma Faiz, the question about Praetorian systems, let me respond mostly in terms of Thailand. And I think the thing is, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, I didn't talk about anti-populism. In the case of Thailand, I think the anti-populist groups are actually very important. Between the various liberal groups, the military, and the king, they've worked quite assiduously in order to resist and thwart populist victories or to undermine them when they happened. So I think that in that case, we see something that is not necessarily unique to populism, but it's actually reminiscent of Samuel Huntington's Political Order in Changing Societies, where you have a system where the powers, some of the powers that be are particularly connected to the military and are going to respond to any form of mobilization in a way that lends itself towards Praetorianism. I'm not sure if that's a really great answer. I think Pakistan's a little bit different because of the role of the monarchy, particularly in Thailand. And just finally, the question about Trump's government. One doesn't need a populist in the US presidency in order to have populism in Latin America, right? So I don't think that the Trump presidency necessarily changes that. Some of the underlying reasons for the emergence of populism in Latin America, whether we're talking about towards the end of the 20th century, early 21st century, which was connected to what we might call the left rise, the pink tide, or some of the resistance that we've seen, whether it's in El Salvador or Colombia or in terms of Brazil. I think there's still plenty of reasons for there to be populism. It may get less support rhetorically in some ways by not having Trump in the White House. But I also think that we don't want to completely contrast populism with pragmatism, because most populist politicians are fairly pragmatic when they come into office in many ways, much sometimes to the disappointment of their followers. Thank you to everybody, and I'll try to respond to the other questions in the chat. Thank you again, Ingrid.
Thank you, Tony. I have a question for Fernanda. You talk about that populism cannot be understood in abstract terms, and then you tell about Peronism that is a sort of populism that took a leftist form. Do you think there are factors that would direct populism in some areas should be more oriented to the right, rightist wing populism, or leftist wing populism? Is there any factors that could influence in that?
Thank you, Ingrid. Well, it's a very difficult discussion. I try to find the correct word. I think that the ideological debate that I think Tony is about this discussion too is very complicated with populism. We are forward the theory of Laclau that he said that populism can be from right and from left, but there are some critical debates around this, because for some authors, and I mostly agree with this, the populism, at least in Latin America, because it's not all over the world in the same way, have to include the people as in a plebeia. I don't know how to translate from the word plebeio. I don't think even in Portuguese if it exists as a word similar to this. But I think that populism had to include the popular sector. So this is very, of course, in the right wing, it's it also can do, but it's very difficult to find factors, at least in the historical and geographically way, factors that can demonstrate it. Probably the majority is one of the key of this debate. I mean, the majority in the way of the consensus that are constructed are in construction in every society. So in some times, unfortunately, the consensus and the common sense is more often get to or be pleased in a right option than in a left option. I don't think if I can be clear, so forgive me.
Thank you very much. No, it's okay. So finally, the questions, Joanna and Felipe. There are a lot of questions, so I'll try to wrap up them. First, they ask which are the tool that you use for qualitative analysis of the data. There are questions like, is globalism a good idea since big tech companies work against free speech? Questions like, are the anti-globalists conservative or radical? Do they want to destroy existing international institutions or simply preserve the nation state? And how do you see the relations between globalism and anti-Semitism? And finally, yeah, so remarks from Marquita, there's a need to make a distinction between different globalisms. I would ask as well if they are anti-globalists are part of a transnational community as they are against globalism that is something global, or do they feel like they are connected around the world? So that would be the questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to answer them all in a short time. Thanks so much for all your questions. So to begin with technical aspects, we used a Twitter monitoring software called Netlytic. And then from the data in there, we used metrics such as the number of retweets and likes to find out which were the most engaging tweets. We selected the textual content of the most engaging tweets and threw them on Atlas TI to content and discourse analysis. So yes, answering to your question first, Ingrid, this is a little bit of a contradiction because it is in some sort of way a global movement, in a sense that the anti-globalists seek for alliances with anti-globalists from elsewhere in the world. In the extracts in Portuguese, we had people tweeting in Portuguese from other countries, people tweeting in Portuguese about, I saw a question there. I didn't mean that the tweets in Portuguese were about Brazil. They were also about Donald Trump, George Soros, China, and they were mainly from people who declared themselves to be Bolsonaro supporters. So they are interested in other, not only in their own countries, but in other manifestations of globalism worldwide. They tweet about other countries. There's an Italian politician who tweets in Spanish for Spanish citizens from Spain. So there is a cross-country interaction. This might be a little bit contradictory, but it is more of a, and to answer more directly Professor Pereira's question, it is conservative in the sense that people who who voice those tweets and people who are and who express themselves as being anti-globalist, they say they call themselves conservatives, and they are very outspoken about their conservatism in terms of behavior, religion, and the idea of conservative politics in general. But they also find a great difficulty to propose policy, because globalism, again, is has a great draws a lot from traditionalism, but is traditionalism applied to foreign policy and to the relationships between countries. So yes, Teitelbaum's book is absolutely fascinating, and he talks about this a little bit in the sense that it's not easy when you have a nation state and you're worried about sovereignty and you declare yourself to be a patriot, to be completely destructive of all there's out there. So it's a formulation that contemplates this will to destroy institutions that are considered to be prejudicial, harmful, sorry, but also preserving the idea of the state and withholding power within the state. So I hope this is clear. It's I don't know, I'm worried about the time. I'm not sure I forgot anything. Oh, yes, there's a difference between what we think of globalism in economic terms, which is closer to globalization and closer to a liberal take on economics. But this is not it. When the far right or the extreme right adopts an anti-globalism discourse and mentions globalism, we're talking about a political alliance to impose a Marxist ruling over the world and destroy traditional values. Something like that. It's much more complex than we can address right now, but thank you so much. I'm sorry if I took up more than I should. Thanks.
No, thank you. It was just in time. I'd like to thank Anna and all the panelists that presented their research today. I'd like to thank all the participants and all the questions that have been made. It seems that there is a lot to debate on populism on these days, and this first panel has been really insightful in that. Thank you very much. We're having now a break, and before the next panel that will be about political economy. So bye everyone, thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Just to let you know that we'll be starting again in 5 minutes with the second panel. And as per the previous one, please do use the Q&A function throughout, and the chair of the next panel can bring those questions out in the Q&A section. But yeah, we're going to be starting again in 5 minutes. Thanks. So Andrea is going to kick off the second panel soon, and everyone can join from having a cup of tea or a break, and I'll hand over to Andrea.
Hi, everyone. Is everyone listening okay? Is it all right, James?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome to our second panel on our populism webinar. And so this panel too is about political economy. And we were supposed to have 4 papers, but unfortunately, we're gonna host only 3. So I know that's pretty bad, but that means we get a little bit more time for the presenters. So I just wanted to go through some quick rules. So I want to ask the panelists to stick to 15 minutes to present. I would like to ask everyone to use the Q&A function to make questions. I will be looking at the chat for panelists' questions, but the broad public can use the Q&A function. And then we go on to 20 minutes of Q&A. I will sort of group questions for the panelists, and at the end, panelists will have the chance to answer them. And just a reminder that attendees can also comment and ask using the conference hashtag, which is KingsPopulismConf. So we're good to go. Let me see if everyone's here. Is Alejandro Angel here? Paula Rettel and Diogo Ferrari here. Okay, cool. Nice to meet you, Alejandro. And so Alejandro Angel is presenting Do Populists Affect Economic Performance? The Latin American Experience, 1989 to 2017. So Alejandro, the floor is yours. I'll be here if you need anything.
Okay, Andrea, thank you very much. I will everybody see my screen?
Yes, yes, Alejandro,
Okay.
he's fine.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the organizers for this great conference. I'm glad to be a part of it. So the question that leads this exploration is, well, do populists affect economic performance? Latin American Experience, 1989-2017. So the conventional wisdom about populism and economic performance can be summarized in with these 2 pictures. Like populist leads to economic catastrophe, whereas non-populist governments lead to good economic performance. So we're going to try to test these conventional wisdom, this hypothesis, general hypothesis. So we need to account for the role of institutions, which is acknowledging the main consequence of populists on the polity. So as Levitsky and Ziblatt in their groundbreaking work, they said that populists tend to affect checks and balances and the rule of law in general. And there is a big literature in political science that argues that these kind of institutions are key to economic performance. So property rights, checks and balances, the rule of law, foster good economic performance. And the other big argument that links these 2 phenomena are the idea of institutions as good practices. So the idea is that democratically elected leaders choose good policies to remain in office. In principle, these good policies bring good results And the contrary, the opposition is that populists enact policies just to appease their base, disregarding any other consequences, and thus lead to bad economic performance. Those are more or less the arguments that exist in the literature that link populism and economic performance through institutions. So we have two main hypotheses. First, as I mentioned, is the conventional wisdom. Populist governments lead to worse economic performance than non-populist governments in general. And the second, it's sort of a derivation of this, is that institutional constraints on a government at a given time relate to how well fares the national economy. So if a government is constrained institutionally, in general, that would allow the national economy to work better than otherwise. So the data that I use these key variables that we can find in the database Polity4, which its intent is to measure the existence of constraints on the decision-making powers of the chief executive. It's kind of tricky because, as it is on the presentation, it also considers governments as constrained for single-party members or committees in authoritarian regimes. So it's kind of a rough measure of these institutional constraints, but I think it's a first step to analyze how these two phenomena relate to each other. So what is populism? Then the previous panel discussed it at length. Here I take a more sort of pragmatic and shortcut approach to that question. The work of Hawley and Kenny in 2018, they analyze populist governments. They follow a strategy developed by David Doyle of Oxford University back in 2011, a two-stage definition of populist. So the first step is to pick up individual candidates that belong to political organizations coded as personalistic. And then the second stage, this two-stage strategy, is to the leaders of these movements or political organizations coded as personalistic, do they behave as Roberts in the definition in 2007, like the ill-defined pueblo, and so on. So if a government corresponds with these two characteristics, then it would be considered as populist. So these strategies seek to create the difference between populist and more just personalistic movements and parties. So I have a bunch of cases. I have 9 cases. And these are the governments that Hall and Kenny defined as being populist with their respective governments. These, we have the first 5. I think this is more or less standard. Like everybody, we can agree that Argentina, Menem, Kirchner, which was already been discussed, Evo Morales, Fernando Collor de Mello, Álvaro Uribe in Colombia, and Rafael Correa. Correa also is kind of, there's a consensus about that. Álvaro Uribe, it's more debatable, although I do agree with that characterization. And these other governments, a key precision is that the analysis of Hall and Kenny was until 2012. But since many of these governments remained in office until 2017, which was the final date of my analysis, I just extended this category for those. So we have Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua from 2006 on to the end of the period, Fernando Lugo, Fujimori, Toledo in Peru, and the cases of Rafael Caldera, Hugo Chavez, and Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela. So entering into the cases, we have here the average GDP growth between the difference between populist governments and non-populist governments. Here in the first moment, we can see that Menem and it's more or less the same as the Kirchner in the average, Christina. And we can see here the crisis. So it's hard to say, for instance, we would say, sorry, that non-populists lead to worse economic performance. So it would be counterintuitive. Although the government of Mauricio Macri here at the end of the period, it's more or less in the same number than Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. So it's a complicated case. So here we have the institutions. We cross the reference with the variable of polity, and we can see that during the Menem government, we have substantial constraints. Sorry, the polity 4, I missed that part. Goes from 1 to 7. 7 is the highest. It's a completely constrained government. So we can see here that during Menem, it wasn't as constrained. And after the election of De la Rúa, it actually became more constrained, and that it remained as such throughout all that period. So it's not as straightforward as we would think, the relation between populists and institutions necessarily. In the case of Argentina. In the case of Bolivia, we can see here a more straightforward relation between non-populist governments and the government of Evo Morales, which is, once again, is counterintuitive, because during the government of a populist, Evo Morales, we had better economic performance. Although the relation between populists and institutions is confirmed, given the fact that it decreased this measure of polity from a completely constrained government towards a more transitional category, which is this number 6 in the right scale. So Bolivia would confirm the hypothesis of the deterioration of institutions in the presence of populist governments. Brazil is a more complex case. We can see just Fernando Collor de Mello, which had a very bad economic plan for stabilization in the time of hyperinflation, whereas after the real plan, the economic performance changed to a different level. And we can see how institutions here are constant. It doesn't change, especially after the Constitution in 1988. It's more or less the coalitional presidentialism that we can see during the Third Republic. So here the relationship between institutions and populists is less, it's non-conclusive, I would say, to put it mildly. Colombia, once again, it's difficult to discern. The economic performance is not that different between populist and non-populist governments. So this connection, as we can see in other cases, is not as straightforward as the literature would suggest. And institutions, we can see substantial stability in this variable. Only in the first 4 years after the Constitution, we see a constrained executive, but the fact that there is not enough variability it doesn't allow us to affirm that these the relationship between populist and institutions it's as straightforward as we would as the theory would suggest. The same case in Ecuador, we cannot see a difference between the economic performance between populist and non-populist governments, as we can see here in the government of Rafael Correa. It's slightly higher the average economic performance by GDP growth, but the relationship between populist and institutions is, as in Bolivia, once again confirmed. There is a deterioration from a completely constrained executive towards non-constrained executive. So there is a marked decrease in these indicator. Nicaragua, once again, is sort of counterintuitive, following the reasoning in the theory, which is in principle populists lead to bad economic performance. Nicaragua does not support that result, and it gets even more complicated because, in fact, these executive constraint, it actually increases. It remains more or less stable just until after many years of populist governments, there is a decrease in these indicators. So Paraguay, once again, it's hard to assess if there is difference between economic performance. The differences are not so big. So between populist and non-populist governments. And once again, it appears to be more or less of a trend here that institutions that do not move as much, even in the presence of populist governments. I remind that 7 here, the green line, does not change much, does not change even in the presence of populists. So once again, the relationship between populist and institutions does not confirm. We're almost finishing. Peru, once again, here we can see the government of Fujimori and Toledo. There is a slightly higher GDP growth in the government of Toledo, but once again, there is no difference between the governments that came after him in terms of GDP growth. But we can see actually the big break, the breaks, sorry, on institutional constraints on the executive. Fujimori, we can see here how the institutional deterioration then to become a more constrained polity. Venezuela, it came as a surprise to me that this was the case. There is not much of a difference between the economic performance. I'm almost finishing here, between populist and non-populist governments, but the institutional deterioration is clear as far as the populist governments go. So for a preliminary conclusion, populist leaders do not appear to have a significant impact, a consistent impact on the average economic performance. We cannot see, with very few exceptions, that populists lead to bad economic performance, clearly as stated by theory. And well, in some countries, Bolivia actually is counterintuitive. When there is a populist, there is a better economic performance, but Brazil, for instance, shows that it was a disaster, the government of Fernanda Mello, in terms of economic performance. But I mean, we can see that there is an increased variability of this rate of GDP growth. And once again, the existence of institutional constraints on the executive is not systematically related to economic performance, which was the other part of the mechanism. So thank you very much. I'm sorry I took a little bit more of your time. So thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Alejandro. Such an interesting research. I forgot to introduce your university. So Alejandro is from the Federal University of Santa Catarina. And so let's go to our next panelist, called The Effect of Commodity Prices on Far-Right Populism, Evidence from Brazil. So Paula from the University of Bocconi University, please, the floor is yours. 15 minutes, and I'll be here if you need me.
Great. I think you can see my screen now, right?
Yes, Paula, it's okay.
Great, thank you. So thanks very much for having me here today. So as it has just been said, I will be talking about how commodity shocks, but also export shocks more generally affect far-right populism, and I will concentrate on Brazil. So it's good because in the last presentation we saw the effect of populism on the economy, and I come from the opposite angle, so the effect of the economy on populism. And I should start by saying that there is a considerable body of literature treating this theme and showing that these negative economic shocks, and also linked to globalization, but also not linked to globalization necessarily, have effects on incumbency, so support for the incumbent, and also on voting along the left and right dimension. But what is less clear is when these negative economic shocks lead to right-wing shifts and why and when they lead to left-wing shifts. So I build on the existing literature to propose a simple theory in which economic downturns decrease support for incumbents and the political establishment more generally, opening a window of opportunity for challenger parties, and in particular to challenger parties and leaders that apply a populist rhetoric. In parallel, citizens become more attached to the security net that they have access to during these economic downturns. And then I point out that there are two types of security nets: private security nets, such as church and family. And for those of you who are not very familiar with the literature, there is a literature showing that services provided by church and also within family redistribution can serve as buffers to economic downturns, such as welfare states, so public, which is the second type of public security net that I consider here, which is a public security net, so basically government transfers. And then based on this simple theory, I advanced three hypotheses. So the first one is that negative economic shocks decrease support for incumbent and mainstream parties and increase support for challengers, among them populist challengers. Hypothesis two states that negative shocks also cause a shift in ideology and political attitudes. And hypothesis three states that a right-wing shift is observed in contexts in which citizens make use of private security schemes, because these private security schemes, they are usually linked to traditional moral values, such as family values, or just traditional values, such as in the case of the church. And we observe a left-wing shift in contexts where citizens rely on public security schemes, because the citizens want more state redistribution, so more welfare state. And as I said at the beginning, I focused on the case of Brazil, and here I want to say a few words on why the case of Brazil is a good context to test the hypothesis that I just outlined. So first of all, because there is a important within country variation to exposure to exogenous shock caused by globalization, and I will show you later on that this is also the case for the shock that I consider here, which is decrease in exports caused by the slowdown of the Chinese growth. And also because there is variation on the reliance on different types of security schemes, the private and public that I just explained. And finally, because we have challenger parties and leaders in Brazil, both on the right, as it was the case of Bolsonaro in 2018, but also on the left, such as the case of PSOL and PSTU. And here in this graph, I just want to show the overall trend between 1997 and 2018 of exports, which is the black line in this graph. And then we can see that there was an upward trend until more or less 2012, and then a drop, which again, as I said, was the literature in economics highlight that this is because of the slowdown of the Chinese growth. And the red line is the trend in GDP per capita. And then, as we can see, when the exports start to decrease more after 2012, we start to see some events hinting at some political instability in Brazil. So that was the protest that we saw in 2013, demanding the removal from office of Dilma Rousseff, and then the impeachment in 2016 of Dilma Rousseff, and culminating with Bolsonaro's election in 2018. And then to measure the subnational exposure to this drop in exports, I construct a shift share instrument, which is basically multiply the change in exports between the baseline year, which is 2010, and either 2014 or 2018, which is the two subsequent elections of the baseline year. So this change in exports in US dollars constant 2010, divided by the number of workers that work in a specific sector that these exports variated. So I multiply that by the share of people in a micro region that work in this sector. And this measures the exposure of each micro region, which is, as the Brazilian Statistical Office defined as local labor markets, to this variation in exports. So data comes from, labor market data comes from RAIS, which collects data on the universe of formal employees in Brazil, and export data comes from Comexstat. And then to match the sectors, because labor market data and export data comes with different sectoral classification, I use some conversion tables and harmonize them in EDIC revision 4. And then I get this. So this is the variation, so the export shock in 2018. And as you can see, so blue regions got a positive shock and red regions with a negative shock. And we can see that there is a substantial variation. So here you can see this, this shock net of state fixed effects, because I include in all models state fixed effects. So that's why you see that that way. And here I show you the variation of the security net that I outlined in the hypothesis 3 at the beginning. So as I said, what I'm considering private security net. So here the share of people who declared in the 2010 census to be evangelical, and on the left hand side, the share of people that received Bolsa Família, which is a famous cash transfer in Brazil, and I consider that as a public form of security scheme. And then to measure these effects on electoral behavior, I construct a model which is standard in the literature using shift share instruments, which is basically the variation in, so the first difference in vote shares for a party in a given microregion M at time t, which can be again 2014 or 2018. I regress on the export shock, and then I include state year fixed effects, and I cluster the standard errors at the meso region level. And here we get the results. So we see that the export shock is positively associated with vote shares for PT, and this is which is in this case the Lula's and Dilma's party. And in column 2, we see that this effect is robust for including log GDP and log population in baseline year 2010. Importantly, in column 3, you see that this that the export shock has no association with variation for vote shares for the PT before the baseline years. So this is between 2002 and 2016, suggesting that the shares are not endogenous to previous trends in voting behavior. And in column 4, we see that the export shock has a negative association with votes for Bolsonaro in 2018. So because the results sometimes can be a bit confusing, because the export shock can be positive or negative, but in the period that I showed in the graph, the shock is mostly negative. So this means that the drop in exports actually favored Bolsonaro and damaged the electoral prospects of the working party. Then to measure change in ideology, issue position, and issue salience, I follow existing literature that uses basically the manifesto project to construct scores for each party. and then weight this discourse by the vote shares by the sum of the vote shares of these parties in the geographical unit being analyzed, in this case, the micro-region level. And I also, for the ideological scores, I also use the ideological score by Paulo and Rodriguez and Silveira 2019, just to complement. And then I will skip the details of that for the sake of time, but I'm happy to come back if you wish. And then the results show in the graph on your left-hand side that this export shock is positively associated with the economic dimension. This is the issue position, and also with democracy, and negative association with traditional morality and ideology, both as measured with Paulo Rodriguez and Silveira and the Manifesto Project scores. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the effects for the issue salience, and there's a positive association with the economic dimension and a negative association with traditional morality, and no statistical significant results for democracy. Meaning that this drop in exports in the period analyzed helped parties that are conservative in terms of traditional morality lean to the right in overall ideological scores, and also are right-wing in the economic dimension, and are against democracy as measured by the Manifesto Project. And also that highlight or put more emphasis on traditional morality, but not so much on the economic dimension. And then I analyzed whether these patterns are also observed at the individual level. And to do that, I used survey from the Brazilian Electoral Survey, La Pop and Latino Barometer, the closest as possible from the 2018 election. So I take the waves that are closest to 2018. And then I regress attitudes on the export shock, and then I control for a vector of socio-demographic characteristics, so gender, age squared, and race dummies. And I also control for characteristics of the micro-region, so log GDP and log population at baseline year. And then here are the results, and we see positive association between export shock and trust in the president, support for freedom of speech, and support for statization of private industries, and a negative association with being evangelical and believing in the evangelical church. So here we have the same patterns as before. So the export shock caused people to trust less the president, so it's a negative effect on incumbency, and also to hold positions that are more on the economic side to the right, and also on the traditional moral values to the right. So overall, these results at the individual and micro-region level suggest that the export shock, as I outlined in hypothesis 1 and 2, caused people to not only to change their views on the incumbent, but also cause an ideological and attitude shift. And then to test hypothesis 3, that the security schemes or the security networks people rely on moderate these results, I construct 2 dummy variables. So the first one, which is Bolsa Familia, as I said before, this cash transfers, takes the value of 1 if the micro-region is above the median in terms of the share of people that receive Bolsa Familia, and evangelicals is above 1 if the share of people, if the micro-region is above the median in terms of share of people that are evangelical, all baseline year 2010. So I use the census from 2010. And here we see, first of all, that basically in municipalities, that in micro-regions, that have above the median number of people that are Bolsa Familia receivers, the effect of the export shock is becomes almost 0. And then we also see that the share of evangelicals doesn't moderate the effect of the export shock. So sorry, I should have said that here we have a dependent variable, the salience of the economic left and right dimension. And then on columns 3 and 4, we move to the traditional morality, so the salience of the traditional morality dimension. And here we see that the share of people that receive Bolsa Familia does not moderate the effect, but the share of evangelicals does. And here, basically, what we see is that the effect is that only exists in municipalities, in microregions, sorry, that have above the median share of evangelicals, suggesting that the public transfers, so public security nets, work as a buffer for negative economic shocks, and that private security nets shift away the attention of voters from the economic dimension. So they don't demand from government the compensation for the shock, but instead they focus on traditional moral values. So to conclude, I have shown that this decrease in exports in 2010 and after that partially explains the decrease in support for the PT and also the rise to power of Bolsonaro. And that these changes in voting behavior are accompanied by attitudinal change linked to both anti-incumbent sentiments and ideological shifts, and also that these effects are conditional on the use of different types of security nets, private versus public, so church versus the state. And with that, I hope to contribute to the literature on the effects of economic shocks on voting behavior and the rise of populism by showing that economic shocks do not automatically translate into political behavior, and instead they interact with local context and individual predispositions, and that understand this relation and interaction can help to shed light on how the economic and cultural dimensions of politics influence each other, and also how they help to explain the rise of challenger parties and populist parties, both in Latin America and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulo. It's very, very interesting. And should we go on to our last panelist, Diogo Ferrari from the University of California at Riverside. He's presenting, the title of his panel is Economic Conditions, Resentment and Support for Right-Wing Populist Parties in Europe and Brazil. So, Diogo, the floor is yours.
So the first question, of course, is can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Anthony, for organizing this panel. It's such an important topic to discuss nowadays, especially with the growth of populism. So thank you for organizing the meeting. Let me share my slides. The topic that I'm going to discuss is sort of a combination of political economy perspective, but also much closer to political behavior perspective on reasons for support for populism. And the idea is to compare some trends, some patterns that we see on public opinion in Europe, and compare that pattern, those patterns with Brazil, for what we see in Brazil in 2018 with the election of Bolsonaro. So let me share my screen first. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, Diogo, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So populism, let's talk about the supply side first. On the supply side of populism, and I'm going to focus here on right-wing populism, the left wing and the right wing, there is some important distinction between those two types of populist parties, populist candidates. I'm going to focus on supply side first, and on the right-wing populist. The question is how they are alike. For people here in this panel, the answer for that question is, of course, not. There are different types of populist parties, but there's a common theme, common topic in populism. And again, I'm going to focus, everything that I'm going to focus or talk about now is about the right-wing populism. the main common topic is that idea of people against old, dysfunctional, corrupt political elite that dominated politics. And for somehow those candidates or those parties, they convince people that they are outsiders, they are not part of the political mainstream. And that's what common theme for the supply side of politics. One of the main characteristics that we use to classify parties and candidates as populists. But there are many differences across countries. In Brazil, for instance, there is not much emphasis on immigration, if at all. The problem of immigration is not in the political agenda of populism. If anything, Brazil is losing people and minds to other countries. So immigration is not an issue in Brazil. Another topic that's common for the populism, and I'm talking about the populism that appeared in 2018 with the candidate, the now President Bolsonaro. And another topic is a crusade against the threat of communism. And this exclamation mark here is intentional, because this is for any analyst. That type of threat is, of course, an absurd, but somehow this was part of the populist candidate discourse. Another one was crusade against moral decay, conservative values, combined with economic liberalism. So we have, and the candidate during the campaign used to say that we are liberals on economic issues, but we are conservatives on moral issues. And finally, the idea of authoritarian solution, or the tone of authoritarianism against first the political elite and regime failure to fight crime in the country. So those are 5 topics that are easy to identify in the Brazilian version, these last years of the Brazilian version of right-wing populism. And there is a lack of any sort of party organization. So the president doesn't have a party now. It's difficult to say that right-wing populism in Brazil is something that's going to grow somehow, because it's mainly concentrated in the figure of that person. It's not a party organization that goes across countries, so it lacks institutional organization of normal politics. But again, those right-wing populists, they are against the mainstream parties, the mainstream actors, but they lack sort of party organization as well. So in Brazil, it has these characteristics that's very connected to the figure of that president. In Europe, there are some distinctive characteristics, some differences. One is anti-immigration or nativism that happens in many countries like Hungary. And here's and the anti-immigration sentiment has to do with cultural, public safety, and an economic threat that the immigrants may bring to the country. And this is a sort of horrible, but at the same time, wonderful from the perspective of scholars, quote here of the Hungarian Prime Minister. And he says, we must state that we do not want to diverse and do not want to be mixed. We do not want our own color, traditions, and national culture to be mixed with those of others. This is a sort of textbook definition. There's a textbook definition of anti-immigration right-wing populism. That would be one. So it's one of the characteristics of some populist parties and candidates and figures in Europe. Another one is anti-European Union integration, as we saw in England. Economic liberalism is a common topic with a Brazilian version of this right-wing populist. They are more organized around right-wing populist parties than in Brazil, I'd say. So the party organization is different in the 2 countries. And of course, there's a lot of variation across countries in Europe. Right? So I'm using this broad sense of talking about populism in Europe. There are more cross-country communication, I suppose, than we have in Brazil and Latin America. But the party organization is different as well. But again, there are differences across countries, and important differences across countries. But let's talk about the demand side of populism. If some features of populism vary across countries, what can we say about the right-wing populist supporters? about the voters. Who are those voters that support populism, considering how those that variation across countries? And one other interesting question to ask is, do the right-wing populist parties draw supporters that share some basic features across countries? So is there any similarity, not on the supply side, but on the demand side? Are the features of those that things that fall for the populist discourse, or think that makes sense? Is there any common characteristics? And then, so scholars have found that supporters, they display or they undergo, they perceive first, or they display resentment at the status quo. So perception of failure of self-serving mainstream parties to address economic and social issues. That's a common topic in political behavior, compared to political behavior of populist supporters. This idea of resentment against the status quo. Perception of threat, much more common in Europe than in Brazil, that immigrants can be perceived as a threat to the country, economy and culture, and the social status of some groups in the society. So that perception of threat that immigrants bring. Another one is the globalization-induced economic shocks. So there's some shocks that are caused by, related to globalization, and that might intensify xenophobic beliefs in support for populist parties. And then this last topics, family economic decline, might foster some resentment and feelings of threat, perception of threat. So I'm going to present some very preliminary results, very preliminary, about comparing Brazil support, the demand side, and the demand side of populism, and support for populists in Europe. And here's considering those four elements that I just mentioned, let's see how they're distributed. This is data from the European Social Survey and the Brazilian electoral study of 2018. The data that I'm using for the European Social Survey is since 2002 to 2018. And this is a distribution of people that say that immigrants are bad for economy. In Brazil, even though immigration is not actually a problem, at least the rate of immigration in Brazil, again, as I say, there's a deficit, so we are exporting more than importing. But there's also 52% that think that immigrants are bad for the economy. And Brazil, if you compare with other countries in Europe, Brazil is not that, is more than 50%. Another one is that immigrants are bad for the economy. Brazil, in this case, don't think Brazilians that immigrants are bad for the economy, as opposed to many other countries in Europe, like Bulgaria or Portugal, right? So it's not very an issue. Immigrants make crime worse in the country. It's not something that's perceived as a problem for Brazilians, but it's perceived as a problem in many European countries. These zeros here is just missing data. Dissatisfaction or resentment with the status quo, especially the economy, how the economy is working. And that's where Brazilians excel. So Brazilians are very unhappy with the state of the economy. And actually, if you compare all other European countries, we are much more unhappy than the other, dissatisfied or resent against the economy. The difference with some countries might not be very big, especially if you consider sampling error, but it's still on average the largest proportion of people dissatisfied. Trust in political parties. We excel in not trusting political parties or mainstream elite. Brazil has a big party. The party system in Brazil is multi-party system. There are many parties in the country, but people usually don't trust political parties. And also, on average, it's above all other European countries. Again, the difference may not be very important if you consider the sampling error here, but it's very different than Denmark and Netherlands, Switzerland, for instance. So two things: dissatisfaction, resentment against the economy, and resentment against the party system, dissatisfaction with the party system. And dissatisfaction with democracy. We are not the worst in this case. The worst in this case, the most dissatisfied in Bulgaria, Croatia, they are more satisfied, but still in Brazil, there is an important dissatisfaction with the way democracy works. Vote for right-wing populism. So if you consider vote for right-wing populism, and now here I'm considering votes in all countries that have data from the European Social Survey, and right-wing populism, yeah. And in Brazil, it depends on this numbers, 12%, 10%, 70%, depends on the system, right? Depends on the election, how the system works. In Brazil, we have a majority election with 2 rounds, and this 48% is the first round. So 48% of the people interviewed by the Brazilian electoral survey said that they are supported, they're going to vote for this right-wing candidate in 2018, which is larger than the other countries, and maybe close to what you have in Hungary. Okay, now the question is how those variables, that difference, translate in terms of association of the behavior among people and their voting behavior. And here is a simple regression. I'm just showing the variable that I mentioned here, so the model is broader, but I'm just showing some of the relevant information. So this is a regression on vote for populism. So the dependent variable is probability of voting for populism in log odds ratio. We see here some interesting patterns. So first, the resentment against the party doesn't differentiate Brazilians and people in Europe. And this is again aggregated data in Europe using fixed effect country and year level for Europe. I'm going to disaggregate in just 1 minute. But the resentment is large and associated with support for populist parties in both cases, even though there is distinction between the two contexts. This feature is similarly associated with support for populism in Brazil and in Europe. Resentment for democracy, I don't have data. For some reason, there was an issue with the data for this specific variable, so there's no comparison. But the resentment against the economy also do not differentiate the two cases. So you see the density here is the confidence interval for the point estimate of the linear coefficient of this variable on support on the probability of voting for populism. So resentment against the economy do not differentiate the two cases if you consider the interval. So you see that they are overlapping here. So the resentment against the economy or populism is not the distinctive features that make the supporters of populism in Brazil and Europe different. Immigrants, which, as I mentioned, is not an issue in Brazil, but do not differentiate in terms of crime, but of course make the two contexts very different. In Europe, economic threat, that immigrants represent economic threat, and to the economy, to the culture, is the reaction of that perception or the effect of that perception of support for populism is very different in Brazil and in European countries. In Europe, the more people perceive immigrants as a threat to the economy and to the culture, the more they're going to support populist candidates. But gender is not an issue. Education, they are different, but in Brazil, it doesn't seem to be very important for this specific model that I use, but I'm going to comment on this later. Ideology matters, right? Right-wing people that self-identify as right-wing, they tend to vote and to support populist parties. And here's an interesting result. In income, there's a negative association in Europe, but a positive association in Brazil. So it means that populist parties find more support as the income increases. But in Europe, in general, overall, the result is the opposite. So let me break this down by country. This that you're seeing now is the linear coefficients. Right? So there are many models, one model for each country. And in each model, I'm evaluating the association between income and support for populism, the probability of voting for populism. And this specific graph is how income is associated with probability of voting for populists. And then have Hungary, France, Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, Switzerland, Finland, all these countries here. It means that there's a negative association. So as income increases, the support for populist parties, right-wing populist parties decreases. So they find support among low-income groups, which is the opposite in Brazil, Belgium, Austria, and Slovenia. So there, as income increases, on average, the support for populism increases as well. here is the comparison considering resentment against the economy, and that distinguishes Brazil from other countries. So people that feel that feeling of resentment with the economic performance in Brazil, there is a negative support for populist parties, but that's the opposite in many European countries. There's some details that I talk about this, but there's some issues, but this is an important distinction between these two contexts. Another is immigration, immigrants as a threat to the culture of the country. In Brazil, there is almost no effect of that type of variable of perception about immigrants, even though, as I mentioned, Brazil is not that different in terms of overall perception about if immigrants represent a threat to the culture. There is no effect on vote for populism, but there is in Germany, in Belgium. So there's a big distinction in this case as well. Resentment against political parties, that's an important issue in Brazil. And the more people are resent the establishment, the mainstream parties, the question actually doesn't allow us to differentiate if the right-wing populist parties is on the back as well when they say that they distrust political parties. But when they do, they're more support for right-wing populists, which make Brazil equal or similar to other countries in Europe like Netherlands and Austria. All right, I think I'm running out of time, so then let me summarize some key points of this discussion. So first, the supply side. There are some common features. Anti-political elite discourse or position, economic liberalism is another feature that's common. And the demand side, there's a large variation of features of the electorate associated with support for right-wing parties. In Brazil and Europe, they differ in this support for right-wing populist parties. They increase with income in Brazil, but they decrease in most or many European countries. Resentment against the state of the economy is larger in Brazil than in any European country, but only in Europe, it's positively associated with support for running candidates. That's not the case in Brazil. Again, there's a caveat in this statement here that I'm going to mention just 1 minute, because I think that's not quite right, and I'm going to mention why. Brazil and European countries are similar in an aspect. The distrust in political parties, it increases in both contexts. Support for right-wing candidates, right-wing parties, in many countries in Europe and in Brazil as well. Again, and if supply side anti-political elite is one of the main features of populists that's common across country. It's also common that feature make people vote for populism. So one of the key features of the supply side of populists is also one of the important features that make support for populists common in different contexts. And here's some next steps. Again, this is just some preliminary, very preliminary results. And some questions that I'm asking and exploring now is the explanation for time trends and cross-country variation of explanatory factors. Right? Why there's that difference between countries in very different contexts. There's a distinction between what matters for populist support, and at the same time, there's some feature that matters everywhere. So it's interesting to try to understand that variation, and that's something that I'm exploring now. And this is another very important development or growing development of my research is structural relations among explanatory variables. We need to move a little beyond or away from marginal effects, which is I just showed to you as a motivation, as an initial result, but we need to move a little, go a little beyond that. For instance, does income in Brazil matter little, or it matters mostly indirectly because it affects other variables, and that those other variables then affect populist parties or right-wing populist support? And this is a little a little scheme of causal relation that I'm talking about here. You have income or economic conditions. Those economic conditions, those variables, at individual level and aggregate level, they affect resentment and some other feelings, emotions against parties, economy, democracy, and elite. And those feelings then affect right-wing support. But if you put those two variables side by side, let's say in a regression multivariate analysis, maybe we're going to mask the effect of income because we are not seeing this whole path. So path analysis is an important improvement in studies populist support. There's some issues with confounders, a lot of issues involved, but there's a lot of issues of not doing it and just considering regression analysis and side-by-side variables. And another one is the same, different path from income or support for right-wing populist parties through threat perception. So we perceive income as a threat, and that perception is not equally distributed across income groups. So some income groups, some specific sectors of the population perceive threat more than other sectors. So it means that there's an indirect effect of those features. And one of them that I'm studying and investigating, this is more developed in other research actually than I presented here, but there's this indirect effect that I don't see as open as I wanted. And there's one thing that I'm investigating and studying. I think that's what I had, all I have for today. I will welcome any questions. I didn't see if you posted, but I would be more than happy to take questions and answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diogo. Yeah, there are quite a few questions for you. I've selected the first ones. So I would ask you to later on go inside the Q&A and try to answer the ones that we are not going to have time to answer, okay? So let's open for Q&A now, and I've written down a couple of questions for Alejandro. Alejandro, Anthony Pereira thanks you for the very interesting presentation. And he asks, if you tested for a correlation between populist governments and income inequality in the same countries and time period, do you think you might find a relationship? So this is question number one. We have another question for you, Alejandro. Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I am curious about if you have or plan to include any controls to isolate the effect of the executive on GDP growth. For example, global macroeconomic trends, commodity prices, which party controls the legislature, if government is split, etc., etc. And thank you. Alejandro, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea. Very interesting questions. I did not test for inequality in the same countries, but the literature and the empirical literature on that that question is ambiguous, to say the least. It is context dependent, it is sample dependent, so it depends if you have a big sample of countries or if you focus on some of them or the time period. So it is not a robust result, the empirical literature. So I tried to go like a little bit above, not above necessarily, but go case by case to see if, at least starting with GDP growth, my my hypothesis in that regard is that it would be as ambiguous as GDP growth, mainly because it is context dependent. I mean, sometimes governments, populist governments enter at a moment in which the global economy is on the rise, so they take the commodity boom, and sometimes they do not. So it depends. Once again, the empirical literature, i.e. the econometrical literature, is somehow ambiguous on that regard, in the same way that I showed in my very rough measures of GDP growth. So yeah, I would say in that regard, it would be more or less the same relationship, which is there is no relationship, consistent relationship between the two variables. And as to the other question of Cecilia Lero, I did not make a regression necessarily. As I said, I tried to get into each case to see the governments, the average by government. But I think there would be some variations from case to case. Once again, I think it is somehow, I wouldn't say random necessarily, but sometimes populists are lucky, sometimes they're not. I mean, so in that regard, in this case, I did not take into account those global macroeconomic trends or commodity prices and so on, but it would definitely be an interesting matter to try to account for those variables, not on the general trend, but on the case-by-case basis, because once again, the literature, the empirical literature in that regard is sample dependent. So yeah, that would be my answer, Andrea. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alejandro. We're running a bit short in time. We have 3 minutes before the break. The next panel is going to start at 4:50. So let's wrap this up. Paula, we have 2 questions for you. And so Anthony Pereira asks, does the converse of your argument apply to the current government in Brazil? Would you argue that Bolsonaro's chances of re-election hinge largely on the economy and specifically Brazil's export performance? So yeah, and then the next question is the left specially sensitive to economic shocks because its support relies more on public security? Or is this because the left was in power during a commodity boom? Go ahead, Paula.
Okay, thanks a lot. So on the first question about the probability of Bolsonaro being re-elected, if it depends or not on the economy, and if it depends or not on the exports. So first of all, I think the literature on political science and political economy more generally would say for sure yes. So we have a very consistent evidence that economic crisis always make it harder, it's not impossible, but much harder for incumbents. And I would also say that the evidence that we have in the economics literature shows that Brazil is becoming more and more dependent on commodities and therefore on exports in general, its economy. So I would say that it's very likely that exports will also play a role on that. It's not for sure the whole story, and I hope I didn't send this message in my presentation. It's just a part of the story. And then on the question about the left and the fact that the left, almost by definition, is more pro-redistribution and welfare state, and then therefore voters demand it from left-wing governments more than they do from right-wing governments. I think that's the case in Latin America, but it's also the case that it's not that voters do not demand anything in economic terms from right-wing governments. So they demand, for instance, regulation or stability of inflation, for example. So I think, and some literature shows that there is this difference between types of economic trends. So unemployment being more harmful for left-wing governments and inflation more harmful for right-wing governments. But also something that I would like to add is that incumbents have always the possibility to divert attention away from the economy. And I think at this point in Brazil, the right is better positioned to do that because we know that the population in terms of second dimension issues, so customs and so on, is more conservative than elites and then so political elites. So this is why, I mean, we see that the left try to balance it with left-wing governments in Brazil, many times trying to avoid to talk about abortion, for instance. But I think the right is better positioned to shift away attention from the economy. So yeah, they have this as a plus in the electoral strategies.
Okay, thank you, Paula. And lastly, for I have 3 questions for Diogo, but Diogo, I would ask you to, you know, wrap up really quickly because our time is up. So first of all, how important do you think neoliberal economics are to Bolsonarismo? The question is partly motivated by seeing that anti-corruption seems to be a disposable element for Bolsonarismo in power. Number 2, considering all the data that you showed us, remarking dissatisfactions regarding economy and party system, what does that mean for the future of democracy as governments are not fulfilling the population's expectations? And the last one, the audience was wondering if you considered comparisons with the US. What would you imagine the results would be? Go on, Diogo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Thank you for the questions. I try to answer them in the chat if I don't have time to answer now. So first, the question about disposable anti-corruption via disposable. I like this question, and I like the way you framed it. Yeah, so it was a big important part during the campaign. So the liberalism and having this figure, like Guedes, the minister that now it's minister of the economy, was a big part of Bolsonaro's campaign. I don't know if that's gonna continue to be so in the near future, because well, we have the pandemic. There's a big crisis. The tsunami coming in Brazil. It's already hitting the country. So I don't think so there are 2 possible outcomes there. He can blame the economy and say we didn't have chance to do anything because there's something out of our control that was causing the problem. So we need more chance to work in the economy. But that may not convince, it may not be convincing for many people. So I think the anti-corruption, let's say, posture of Bolsonaro or right-wing populists in Brazil is not going to be affected by any of the possibly scandals that may involve the president. For one reason, the supporters of that candidate, in general, they don't think that's reliable. So the accusations are so sort of immune of that sort of accusation. So if there is anything that might shaken a little bit the government for the next electoral cycle, that might be the economy, even though they have the support of this neoliberal economics that was crucial for the first election. Right? I didn't know if I actually answered your question, Anthony, but that's what I think about it. About the United States and Brazil, there's a big difference between the 2 countries. And what is interesting is that an election in the United States influenced the election in Brazil. So the idea of an outsider like Trump being elected in the United States favored, and many analysts agree with that favored Bolsonaro election in Brazil. But now that they have another president in the United States, I don't know how that's going to play out for the next electoral cycle. But there are big differences in the United States and Brazil. The main one is that the United States is a bipartisan system. There are 2 big parties in the United States. And the votes for Trump, the voters of Trump, for Trump, Republicans, they have this loyalty to the Republican Party, which we don't have in Brazil. It's not a party identification issue. Might be, for instance, as some people say and studies and argue, this might be a negative partisanship. So people hate one of the parties or the old parties. So there's this reaction, especially with the party that was in the government before Bolsonaro, Dilma, PT. And then this negative partisanship may favor Bolsonaro, which is different from the United States. In the United States, one thing that I think is very interesting, I want to mention that, is that what the support for Trump was very close to the mark, to 50% for the voters. There was a big movement in the United States. There's a big commotion. There's a big headlines on the media. But the fact is that Hillary almost won the election. So they say there's a big support for populist United States, but I don't know if that's too accurate. And for the last election, the same thing. So there's a big support, and that support was not different from the previous election and the other one. There's, of course, there's a little shift, but I don't know if that shift toward populism is that. So it might be more about partisanship than the populism, the way we understand that as a phenomenon of election in Brazil and in Europe. So I think there's some important distinction to keep in mind in that regard, in terms of the United States, when you're comparing the United States with other countries. Yeah, I think I might have covered the main ones that
Well, yeah,
mentioned,
if
but
you didn't do, we can do it over the Q&A chat. So I think there are a couple of questions there for you. And so I think all the panelists, thank you so much. This has been a great panel. In about 3 minutes, we start the next one, which is about electoral behavior. So I'll see you then. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
For all those joining us, as Andrea mentioned, we're going to be starting again in a couple of minutes, and with the third panel of the one, and it will be led by Katarina. And just a reminder to anyone that isn't able to join for the rest of the session that we'll also be sending out a reminder and link for tomorrow's, for the second day following day one. So you'll receive a link to join day 2 of the conference.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third session of the Conference on Populism in Latin America and Beyond. My name is Katerina Hadzikidi, and I have the pleasure to be chairing panel 3, which focuses on electoral behavior. Before we begin, I would like to remind panelists to keep their presentations under 12 minutes. And participants can type their questions throughout the session by using the Q&A feature at the bottom of the screen. We will collect all questions and presenters will answer them at the end of the session. So without further ado, I give the floor to Carlos Melendez from Diego Portales University.
Hi to everybody. Thank you for the invitation to this panel and to this seminar. I will share my presentation here. Okay. Let me see. Okay, great. Today I'll talk this co-author paper with Cristobal Rovira about the negative partisanship towards the populist radical right and democratic resilience in Western Europe. I organized the presentation in 5 sections. The first one about how to define the populist radical right, the operationalization of this label, about the positive and negative partisanships in Western Europe, the third section about who loves and who hates the PRR parties, and fourth section about the impact of partisanship toward the PRR, both partisanships, positive and negative, the impact of those partisanships on electoral participation, and a final section on conclusions. Well, first, we will focus our study on the populist radical right in Western Europe as a new family party. You know, among other family parties, about the Christian Democrats, the Conservative, the Liberal, Social Democrats, the Green parties, and the Populist Party. We only work with those parties that are characterized by these 3 ideologies. The authoritarianism, the defense of a strictly ordered society and strong punishment of what is seen as a deviant behavior. A second ideology is the nativism, which refers to the argument that the states should be inhabited exclusively by members of the native group, and that the non-natives are threatening to the alleged homogeneity of the nation state. A third ideology, a thin ideology, which is populism, considered the ideational characterization of populism as a set of ideas characterized by Manichaean distinction between the pure people versus the corrupted elite and the defense of popular sovereignty by all means. Under this classification, a group of political parties qualify under these characteristics, like, for example, Vox in Spain or National Front in France. As you can see, there's been an increase of the vote in favor of the populist radical right in the last decades. These are the aggregate electorate in Western Europe countries. And based on this, we wanted to ask this question: is there a clear limit to the potential electoral growth of the PRR parties in Western Europe, or because we know that no party family can expand endlessly? So that's why we consider that PRR does not reject democracy per se, but they can undermine liberal democracy from within. We know that it has certain characteristics like attack minorities, they are against autonomous institutions, they can increase radicalization. And literature has emphasized the description of PRR voters. We know something about the PRR voters. We know that they're characterized as losers of globalization. And we know also about the impact of the PRR on democracy. But almost there's no study on the electoral ceiling of this party family. I mean that due to the radicality of the ideas and the rhetoric of the PRR parties, it is possible to think that it will be increasingly difficult for them to continue increasing their electoral base. That is why this is why we are interested in studying not only the positive partisanship towards these political parties, but also the negative partisanships towards these organizations. So although it is true that originally the study of party identities contemplated both their positive and negative dimensions, only recently we have seen an increase in research that considers both sides of the coin, not only the positive dimensions of partisanship, but also the negative dimensions of partisanship. We want to bring to the fore the concept of measurement, the concept and measurement of positive and negative partisanship. As you know, we consider positive partisanship as these are your enduring psychological attachment to specific political parties. And we want to also consider the negative partisanship dimension, which refers to the extent to which individuals have a stable psychological repulsion from a specific political party. Okay, so based on that, in the case of Western Europe, there are practically no empirical studies on this topic, and there is no research focused on positive and negative partisanship at the same time towards the PRR. To investigate the electoral ceiling of the PRR and the democratic resilience in Western Europe, our idea is that the greater the negative partisanship towards the PRR, the lower their chances to continue in electoral growth. And therefore, the greater the strength of the liberal democracy in the region, the greater resilience of democracy in Western Europe. To do that, we built our work on a survey conducted by YouGov for the Bertelsmann Foundation in January and February of 2018. These are the 10 countries that were included in the study. We operationalized partisanship, positive and negative partisanship based on a previous paper that we published like 2 years ago. We included a set of 3 questions in order to tackle the positive and the partisans for every specific political party. For example, in this case, thinking for the moment just about the SPD, would you vote for the SPD in one of the 3 elections below, about the regional elections, Bundestag elections, this is the case of Germany, and European elections? People that answer that they definitely not vote for this specific party in every of the 3 elections are qualified as negative partisans. And people that answer, yes, definitely vote for this specific party for all of each one of these 3 elections, they are labeled as positive partisans. So based on that, in this slide, I present the average number of positive and negative partisans towards each of the 6 party families. And you can see positive partisanship is much less widespread than negative partisans. Few citizens have a political party they love, but most citizens do have aversions, rejections toward political parties. And then the second point, which I want to emphasize, is that the PRR is the most peculiar party family of all those considered in this analysis, because they have the highest percentage of both positive and negative partisanship. Okay, so based on that, on these concepts of positive and negative partisanship of the PRR, we want to build the electoral ceiling of this of the populist political right parties in Europe. But first, we want to know what are the profiles of these 2 types of partisans. So the fact that around 50% of the Western European electorate has a negative identity towards the PRR can be seen as a sign of a democratic resilience. However, to corroborate this thesis, it is important to empirically examine the profile of those who have a positive and a negative partisanship towards these political parties. So we empirically distinguish 3 profiles, ideological profiles. We worked with questions related to ideological self-positioning, populist attitudes, attitudes toward the European Union, attitudes towards immigration, economic preferences, and moral preferences. We also consider a second profile about the democratic profile of this the people that were interviewed in the surveys about their preferences on electoral democracy, on liberal democracy, social democracy, support for democracy, and satisfaction for democracy, and a third profile about the social-demographic characteristics of the society. We perform logistic model considered as the dependent variable, both types of partisanships, positive and negative partisanships towards the PRR. We have 2 types of models. Our full model all It's controlled by fixed effects for every country, over every of the 10 countries included in the study. And the full model excludes those countries with no significant statistical relationship in the fixed effects complete model. So based on that, we perform all these three profiles. The profile I need to run because of the time. The ideological profile. Here the democratic profile, and here the social demographic profile. I have a summary of these models. And we can see that the PRR positive partisanship, approximately 10% of the electorate, they are ideologically, they are tend to be right-wingers, they are higher in populist attitudes, measurements, they are against the European Union and immigration, and they are conservative in moral issues. In the democratic profile, they are against liberal democracy, they are in favor of direct democracy and lower support for democracy, and they are mostly men. On the other hand, the negative partisanship of towards the PRR tend to be left-wingers. They are in favor of the European Union and immigration, more liberal in moral issues. They are in favor of electoral, liberal, and social democracy. They are against direct democracy and higher support for democracy, despite they are unsatisfied with democracy. Mostly women, older, higher income, and more educated. So based on those characteristics, the data reveals that around 50% of the electorate in Western Europe has a negative partisanship towards PRR. And they are individuals, as you have seen briefly, with strong democratic credentials. So the question is how to mobilize this segment of the electorate, because we consider that greater the electoral turnout of those who have a negative identity towards the PRR, the more resilient democracy is in Western Europe. We have here an overview of the voter turnout in European elections in the last 40 years. So we have another model in this case to predict the intention to vote to 2018 elections for the European Parliament. We have the model, the predict margins of voting intentions of the populist radical right positive partisans in the left-hand panel and populist radical right party negative partisanships in the right-hand panel. Because we think that it depends on the capacity to activate and mobilize negative partisanships towards the PRR. We want to know the propensity to vote. And the probability of declaring the vote increases by nearly 9% between respondents who hold PRR positive partisanships from those who do not hold it. And the probability of declaring to vote increases by 4% between the respondents who hold PRR negative partisans. So the level of mobilization among the latter group, among the negative partisanships, is lower. So PRR positive identifiers seem to be more prone to vote because they have one electoral option clearly, okay? So the electoral ceiling for the PRR depends on the ability of existing political parties to raise the awareness of the dangers that the PRR poses for the post-war democratic consensus. So as the preliminary conclusions, we can see that while it is true that PRR political parties represent a challenge to liberal democracy in Western Europe, in this study, we have shown that these parties have a clear ceiling for growth. Around 50% of the electorate in Europe, in Western Europe, has a negative partisanship towards them. But this segment of the electorate has clear democratic credentials, but is less mobilized than those who have a positive party identity towards the PRR. So this is probably due to the high heterogeneity of those who reject the PRR there, and therefore it is worth considering what strategies to develop to politicize this segment of the electorate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We're moving on to our next speaker. So I welcome Regina Bateson from the University of Ottawa. Regina, when you're ready, you can begin.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you all and to share some qualitative historical research that I've been working on. This has actually just been published as an article about a week ago. So the timing of this workshop and the publication process is a bit out of sync, but I'm still very happy to share the project with you, welcome any feedback that you have. And at the end, I'll share a link to the article as well if anyone would like to read it to follow up. So today I'm going to be talking about the case of Efraín Ríos Montt and his surprising successes as a politician under democracy in Guatemala in the 1990s. Now, many of you may be aware that Guatemala suffered a civil war from 1960 to 1996. At the height of the violence of the war, Ríos Montt came to power in 1982 in a coup. He served as de facto president of the country for only about a year and a half. But during that time, the government killed approximately 75,000 Guatemalans. This was really one of the bloodiest periods of the entire civil war. Somewhat surprisingly, less than a decade after the height of this violence, Efraín Ríos Montt reemerged in Guatemalan politics, and he became one of the country's most popular political figures as Guatemala was transitioning to democracy in the very late 1980s and throughout the 1990s. His successes are especially surprising because he ultimately succeeded in winning the political support, not just of people who were relatively unscathed during the Civil War, but also of a surprising share of people who identified as war victims, literally the very same people who suffered serious losses, including in some cases the deaths of relatives under his military rule. And so this is some data from 1999 showing us the percentage of war victims and non-victims who said they had a favorable view of Ríos Montt. By this point, Ríos Montt had founded a political party, the FRG. The courts had repeatedly barred him from running for president because he had previously come to power in a coup, but he had nonetheless run for Congress successfully multiple times, and he was about to win election to Congress again. At the same time that his party in 1999 swept all the elections happening in the country. So they won the presidency and a majority in Congress, making Ríos Montt the president of Congress and one of the most influential actors in Guatemala from 1999 to 2003. So it's striking that not only did people who were non-victims vote for him and support him, but also victims. This is some data from the same survey in 1999, showing us how voting intentions varied across victims and non-victims. And again, Ríos Montt's party was the FRG, and victims and non-victims didn't really seem to vary in their attitudes toward the FRG or their vote choice. So this raises some real questions about how dictators, human rights violators, and others with similarly tarnished pasts can succeed under democracy. Even after we have a transition to democracy, we're not necessarily going to see those actors fade away or be rejected necessarily by the electorate. And so to give you an example of what this looked like, this is a photo from the Department of El Quiché in Guatemala. This is one of the areas that was hardest hit during the Civil War. And yet in the 1990s and very early 2000s, you would see campaign propaganda like this for Ríos Montt and his party all throughout the area. So there are a number of different explanations that we could use, either more generally looking at these types of cases or in the case of Guatemala to try to understand how someone like Ríos Montt could have been so successful as a democratic politician. So the explanations that I evaluate in my article are evangelical support, because Ríos Montt, in addition to being a notorious human rights violator, was also one of the most famous evangelical politicians ever in Latin America. So I look at whether or not he benefited significantly from evangelical backing. The idea of military backing, that perhaps the military swooped in and propelled him to political success, direct repression, intimidation, or coercion, and then an idea that's associated with Anna Jamal Abusa and Jamie Loxton, the idea of an authoritarian inheritance, that perhaps Ríos Montt and the party he later built inherited assets that enabled them to become a successful party operation and sort of build a party brand and a network and potentially a clientelistic network that would have led to political success under democracy. And then finally, of course, I also look at the role of populism, which I think was actually quite important in explaining why Ríos Montt was able to be so successful after Guatemala transitioned to democracy. As a final note, I'll also say that Sarah Zuckerman-Daly has looked at the question of why violent actors and former belligerents are often so successful in post-Civil War elections. And she argues that what she calls violent victors often use promises of security to win votes and to re-enter politics. And I think that is part of what happened in this case, but I would argue that that doesn't really distinguish Ríos Montt from many of the other ex-military candidates who sought to re-enter politics. The thing that really was different about Ríos Montt was that he embedded that discourse of security within a broader populist political strategy, which proved quite successful. So very quickly, what is process tracing? We've seen a number of regressions and quantitative projects today, but process tracing is a bit different. It's an analytic strategy that we can use to look systematically at historical and qualitative evidence. And so it's basically the analysis of evidence on processes, sequences, and conjunctures of events within a case for the purposes of either developing or testing hypotheses. And in this case, I'm using it more to test hypotheses. So I use a variety of different types of data in the project, including declassified or actually leaked cables from 2 different online archives, news reports, and other contemporaneous materials. And I wanted to mention quickly that I did use WikiLeaks data in this project, and I didn't have any problems with that in the review process. And I think it's a source that for some projects can be ethically justifiable and that we might all want to consider, especially in a time when it's so difficult to do new qualitative fieldwork. All right, so within the paper, which again, I'd be happy to share with you or invite you to read, I look at 3 different types of within case comparisons. So I compare the development of Ríos Montt's party and Ríos Montt's political career over time. I compare Ríos Montt versus civilian politicians and parties, and also compare Ríos Montt and other ex-authoritarian politicians and parties. Now in this project, and I'm sure this is a point of disagreement with some of the other presentations we've heard today, I'm looking at populism primarily as a political strategy, not as an ideology or a set of economic priorities. And so in particular, I'm drawing on Whelan's conceptualization of populism. He has a long, excellent definition of populism as a political strategy. But some of the key points are that there's a personalistic leader who is exercising or seeking power through direct, unmediated, uninstitutionalized support from large numbers of mostly unorganized followers. This charismatic leader wins broad, diffuse, yet intense support from a largely unorganized mass by representing people who feel excluded or marginalized and by promising to rescue them from crises, threats, and enemies. And the leader appeals to people for help in his heroic effort to regenerate the nation and to combat privileged groups and transform corrupt institutions. Now, Ríos Montt, I'd argue, was actually a textbook populist in his rhetoric, his communication strategies, and his organizational strategy. People tend to react to the statement in one of 2 ways. People who work on Guatemala will sometimes say, oh yes, this was obvious at the time. A lot of people called him a populist at the time. People who study populism in Latin America will often say, are you serious? Ríos Montt, Guatemala? I'm not sure about that. And as we've already seen today, this is actually not a case that's included in very many studies of populism in Latin America, but I'd argue that it should be. Now, if we look at Ríos Montt as a populist, I think that there are several benefits that can come from understanding the history this way. In particular, it explains several puzzles about his comeback in the 1990s and why he was able to succeed even after a fairly successful transition to democracy in Guatemala. One of the more interesting questions, I think, is why Ríos Montt was able to be successful when so many other ex-military and ex-authoritarian leaders also tried to run for office under democracy and also tried to found political parties. And, we're talking about people who were just as prominent as he was, former defense ministers, in one case, another former head of state, these people also had records that were just as repressive as his was. And yet, for some reason, they weren't able to claim that mantle of security, even though they tried. They weren't able to win over sort of large-scale support. And I think that really the difference in that Ríos Montt both had the skills and the strategy to succeed as a populist and use that type of rhetoric really is what distinguishes him from those less successful contemporaries. And so again, he used very similar sort of security-oriented messaging, but the thing that was really different about Ríos Montt was that he made direct appeals to the people and used consistent anti-establishment rhetoric. So, some of you may know that he would frequently call politicians politiqueros. He, railed against parties as corrupt, and did a lot of the other things that we would associate with a classic populist, and it proved quite effective. This case is also instructive because it shows us that party infrastructure may be less important than is often assumed. Of course, political scientists love to study parties and party development and party brands and the long-term trajectories of parties. But if we're wanting to understand how sort of anti-democratic actors can regain political prominence in new democracies, I don't think party infrastructure is the whole story. I think that populism as a political strategy may also contribute. And then finally, because this is a more historical case in contrast to some of the discussion today, we can also look at how Ríos Montt ultimately sort of fell from power and exited the political scene. And there are really two takeaways from that story. When he finally was allowed to run for president in 2003, his party had actually been in power for 4 years. And despite promises to crack down on crime and improve security in Guatemala, bodies were literally piling up around the country. And there were obvious policy failures, such that even his former supporters in the public saw that he and his party simply hadn't controlled crime. It's important to note that social media and really the degree of disinformation and sophistication of disinformation campaigns that we see now didn't exist at the time. And so I wonder if this had happened today, I wonder if the policy failures would have been as obvious or not, but they were actually at the time. And then finally, Ríos Montt also sort of became part of the establishment. He and his party, once in power, found it very difficult to disassociate themselves essentially from the swamp that they had promised to drain, and became embroiled in corruption scandals. And that was actually something that I think people held against them. So thank you very much. It's a very complicated project and hard to summarize in a short time. So I definitely invite you to check out the article or contact me with any questions or follow-up feedback. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Regina. And now we will move on to our next presenter, who is Cecilia Leroux from the University of Sao Paulo and SEBRAP. Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers, especially Professor Pereira. I'll just share my screen here. All right, so this project is called Voting for Violence, the New Middle Class and Authoritarian Populist Presidents in the Philippines and Brazil. And quite similar to Diogo's presentation from the last session, the impetus for this project really came out of wanting to explain these two presidents who were elected around the same time with very similar rhetoric, and being dissatisfied with the existing explanations for authoritarian populists in the global north. So the context for those who are, I imagine most people here are familiar with Brazil, but probably not with the Philippines. You have changes to democratic regimes around the same time. And in both countries, you have uninterrupted elections since, and in both in their respective regions, both countries have sort of been held up as among the better cases or the more successful cases of democratic transition. And then in 2016 and later in 2018, you have the elections of both Rodrigo Duterte and Jair Bolsonaro, who used extremely similar rhetorics. These messages of I am different from existing political elites, they are all corrupt and I am not. That society can be divided into good and bad people, and that the way society can move forward is if we just cleanse ourselves of the bad people, and I'm the one with the political will to do that. And with Bolsonaro more consistently than with Duterte, there's the idea of traditional Christian family values. So the motivating question is, how do you explain the election of two presidents with such similar appeals, meaning those based on anti-system sentiments and the promise of violence, basically these images of being the macho justiciero. So let's just go into concepts, since we've been speaking about different concepts to describe these regimes since this morning. So there's a number of ways that these leaders and parties have been referred to. I'm going the way of I'm following Norris and Engelhardt, going a way similar to Regina, in that I don't, for the purposes of this paper, I don't look at populism as a ideology per se, but rather as a rhetorical style. So I categorize both Duterte and Bolsonaro as populist and authoritarian, as well as right-wing. So populism, again, is a rhetorical style that is anti-elite and anti-establishment, and claims that the people are the only source of legitimate political and moral authority. So for the purposes of this paper, again, populism has sort of it doesn't have a normative moral stance. What makes it potentially dangerous to the quality of democracy and social inclusion is when it's combined with authoritarianism. So this overarching concern with security against the risks of instability and disorder, the need to conform and distinguish others, so this attack on pluralism, and the need for loyal obedience. So it's this combination that results in the authoritarian leader being the only entity that has the right to speak and act on behalf of the people. And I also categorize them both as right-wing. I don't find either of them to be consistently socially or economically conservative, and I can go into detail about that later. But what's clear is that social and economic equality are not a goal of either government, and as we'll see later, there is the use of anti-poor sentiment, either both directly and through the strong use of euphemisms. So existing explanations for comparative authoritarian populism. I see two big explanations in their literature. The first is globalization. So this idea that globalization and technological change has fundamentally reshaped economies and led to economic insecurity. And globalization also comes with migration waves and a refugee influx, which results in xenophobia. And this is really clear, as we've seen from earlier presentations, in Europe as well as the US. And then the second big theory is the cultural backlash theory. So as societies become more wealthy, new generations become less concerned with material security. So this is a basic modernization theory. And then, but as the older generations die out and a higher percentage of the population is categorized by post-materialist values, there reaches a tipping point where those adhering to the old values begin to feel threatened and engage in backlash. So I don't find either of these explanations satisfactory for the global north, for the global south rather. Economic change has affected the south differently. Real incomes have increased across all classes. Inequality has as well, but we'll get to that later. And there haven't been significant migration waves, at least in the Philippines and Brazil, certainly not to the level of the US or Europe. And also, empirically, the Philippines and Brazil do not exhibit the relationships between age and education and support for Duterte and Bolsonaro as predicted by cultural backlash theory. So we see that for Duterte, older voters support Duterte less, and Bolsonaro, it's not a consistent relationship, but it's certainly nothing to the consistent way that age is associated with the far right in Europe and the US. So in trying to explain this two phenomenon, I'm really interested in looking at the new middle class. So I just want to introduce a caveat that I'm not saying that the new middle class is the most important factor. There are lots of work has come out about the importance of evangelicalism in Brazil, about the weakness of opposition parties and political party structures. But I believe that the new middle class is a really important element that we have to look at. And we define them by, it's kind of a vague term. It's a term coined most notably by Neri in 2010 and reiterated by the Dilma administration. I consider the new middle class to be people who are no longer in abject poverty, but who are still economically precarious. So in both countries, we've seen a huge economic expansion in recent years, in the last 2 decades particularly, and this rise of people from abject poverty to those who consider them middle class and who are really characterized by aspirations. So both Duterte and Bolsonaro got strong support from the new middle class. And it's also normatively important because the new middle class is the most sizable segment of the populations in both countries. And so their support for these two candidates in their respective elections was especially key. So I offer 4 characteristics of the new middle class that make them receptive to authoritarian populists. The first is class identity based on consumerism, resulting in unprecedented sensitivity to the threat of crime. Second is tax paying, often for the first time, resulting in unprecedented sensitivity to government ineptitude and corruption. Third is the ability to travel abroad for the first time, resulting in even more frustration with problems of basic service provision. And fourth is the feeling of exclusion from both the astronomical gains of the rich, as well as government social programs targeted towards the poor. And if we have time at the end, I have a second part of this presentation that goes into sort of larger systemic trends, but we'll see if we get there. So first, the new middle class has a lack of its own class identity. So we see social mobility, but in a way that has left the new middle class wanting to identify with the established middle class. So they're in sort of a mid-range. We also see that as a part of the service economy, you have a different relationship when it comes to class identity. So people who work in the service sector are much less likely to feel that they're part of the working class. They interact more with the established middle class versus those who work think of the contrast between a secretary in a lawyer's office versus someone who works on a factory floor. And so the marker of class identity becomes consumerism. This goes hand in hand with an increase in disposable income and cheap credit. However, relatively low incomes, again, this idea of precarity, despite the availability of disposable income, means that the new middle class cannot easily replace consumer goods in the case of crime. And they also cannot afford private security. Second, we have tax paying and sensitivity to government ineptitude and corruption. So in both countries, the Workers' Party governments, as well as the governments before Duterte, the Liberal, the Aquino and the Macapagal Arroyo governments put a lot of emphasis on formalizing workers. However, this resulted in, as well as efforts to openly name and shame middle-class tax evaders and not ultra-rich tax evaders. And so you often have workers that are in the formal economy for the first time and are paying taxes for the first time. Now, the resource curse literature theorizes that citizens that pay taxes should be more likely to demand accountability from their states. And so we should expect that those who pay taxes expect more from their states. In both countries, we also see that the middle class bears an unproportional tax burden, and that public services have not been able to keep up with this added demand and desire for accountability. Furthermore, if we think about this aspirational aspect of the new middle class, the established middle classes in both countries don't want to consume public services. They want to send their kids to private school. They want to send go to private hospitals. And so it results in this sentiment of, I don't want to pay taxes. I'm paying high taxes. I'm paying higher than the rich and the poor people. public services are bad. I don't even want to consume public services because I want to be like the established middle class. And of course, in both countries, there were big corruption scandals shortly preceding the election of both Duterte and Bolsonaro. Third, we have the ability to travel abroad for the first time, which leads to even more frustration with basic service provision. So this is, I would say that this has a higher effect in the Philippines than in Brazil, but in both countries, this idea of traveling abroad, if we take Souza's concept of the vira-lata syndrome, people, the middle class in developing countries identify more with the global middle class. And so the idea of being able to travel abroad, of being able to experience services in a different way, especially given that most Filipinos and Brazilians travel to developed countries more than to other developing countries, and Filipinos in particular to more developed non-democratic countries, makes this frustration very real. And then finally, I'm running out of time, the feeling of exclusion from benefits enjoyed by both the elite and the poor. So in both countries, the governments preceding Bolsonaro and Duterte pursued dual strategies of neoliberal economic policies targeted towards private finance capital, coupled with increased social spending. So those who are already wealthy benefited astronomically, while social programs were targeted towards the poorest of the poor. They were generally very limited universal programs. And so a lot of the frustration we see from the new middle class is the sentiment that the rich are just getting richer, the poor are getting handouts, and we work and pay taxes. So I think I'm out of time, but thank you very much. There's a second part to this presentation, but I'll be happy to address anything in the questions.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Our final presenter would be Fabrício Chagas Bastos from the University of Melbourne. So Fabrício, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Caterina. Thank you, Anthony, for letting me be the last one. And thank you for the 96 who are still with us here. Can you see my screens? All good? Yes. So I'm tackling the problem or the issue, we can put in both ways, of populism from a political psychology angle. So the presentation I have for you today is about how the public frame morality in politics with evidence from both countries. I think the title, I was a bit overexcited about the populism thing and I had populism mentioned twice in the program. I'm going to tap very quickly on populism and you're going to understand why I'm not defining it so precisely and how it fits with electoral behavior. So my approach to populism comes from Mood, Carlos Mood, as a thing-centered ideology that divides society into homogeneous groups between the pure and the corrupt, so the people and the elite. And what defines precisely, as Mood says, it's not ideology, that's why it's thing. It's not the left, right, those big package we have organizing our beliefs around society and socioeconomic issues, but morality. So as you can see on the third bullet point, populism is based on morals and creates a whole different interaction between who's pure and who's corrupt. So I'm not going to here define populism down as something from the right or something for the left. I'm going to use populism in a more generic way. You're going to understand in a second. This is the first time I'm presenting this data. So if everything gets a bit loose, let me know and we can fix it during the Q&A. I'm going to explore then the moral values as an underlying feature of populism. The literature is vast on morality and politics. We have the explorations on how morality taps on cultural orientations, judgment on others, emotions, experience and behavior towards a number of social issues. But the extent of moral influence on political outcomes is still unclear. There's only one paper on that, Miles and Vazes, the one I'm going to replicate and extend in this presentation. And it's particularly important to look at morality in a comparative perspective. The puzzle, the rationale is, if we can understand the underlying psychological features of morality, we can understand how populism taps on and feeds individual psychological needs. So why Brazil and the United States? Well, it's not only because of the sad coincidence that we have Trump and Bolsonaro reigning at the same time, or had at the same time, but because it happens in a time in which the successful moralization of social culture issues have been brought, in particular by the alt-right, to the center of the stage, at the heart of the political electoral debate, not only in those two countries. We've just seen the Philippines have been the same with Duterte. So that's why I selected Brazil and the US. I'm going to go very quickly, because otherwise it's going to be boring. The methods are extremely heavy, and it's not just sophisticated, it's annoyingly heavy. I'll spare you all of it. So what I'm going to do is examine the four main theories of morality in politics, or those scales that explicitly forge moral political links. These approaches are based on James Hunter's idea of cultural wars. So the subscale taps on divine authority, religion, and moral absolutism, some sort of moral and religious issues. We have Lakoff with a metaphor of moral family. So politics as a family in which, on one side, for liberals, there is a nurturant parent, and on the conservative side, the metaphor is for a strict father. Jonathan Haidt with the moral foundations theory. It's very known on social psychology and political psychology. Moral foundations theory is based on 5 main items: harm and care, fairness, loyalty in group, authority, and purity or sanctity. You can find both of the same under the same label. And the theory of basic human values from Shalom Schwartz. The 10 items are listed below. What I'm going to do with those 4 scales is run then 2 studies, 2 natural experiments in Brazil and in the US, but to clarify a methodological item that can be a caveat, the 4 tiers are some sort of collinear. They have items that are sometimes similar, but as Baker and Bowden show, we can have, for instance, tradition on Schwartz, many endorsing moral absolutism on Hunter, and aspects of strict father morality, which will include healthy aspects for authority. So even though they can look similar at some point, they tap on different points and different angles of the linkage between morality and politics. So what we have here, my objective with those 2 studies was to explore, as I said, the underlying moral factors related to politics in Brazil and the US. The participants, I have a first pilot study. I'm not going to present the data here, but just to see if we could replicate what Myers and Vasey did in 2015. The US studies were made with Turks, so I paid participants. The 263 participants for study 1 are not a national representative because the sample is quite small, but it is statistically, it has enough statistical power. And the Brazilian sample, the 457 participants, volunteers, and this is a national representative sample. So what I used, the 4 morality scales I've just mentioned, and 2 metrics for conservatism to understand in which part of the spectrum those individuals were. Very briefly and quickly, what I had at first was a symbolic measurement of ideology. So it's the ideological self-placement, in which is a sliding scale from 0 to 10, in which 0 represents the left and 10 represents the right. So the higher score closest to the conservatism part of the spectrum someone was. And the socioeconomic conservatism scale, the SECS, from Jim Everett, which comprises a 12-item scale on conservatism, with items listed, for instance, as abortion or welfare state or gun ownership. Again, it's a 100-point sliding scale, so the higher, the more conservative. Seems very simple, but the strategy is a bit complicated. As I said, it's not a fancy method to show something complicated that could be obvious, I'll promise you. So the first stage was a fact analysis to see if those 4 morality scales, the amount of items we have there, would be allocated in factors that we could see differently. The second stage was to regress those factor scores onto conservatism, so symbolic and operational, and to regress all the subscales onto the same conservatism, symbolic and operational, to see if we can find any specificities among the combination of those scales. And once we've done it, the highest loading factors, in fact, I used a very liberal approach, going from any significant aspect I could find, and there were a lot, to understand the specific contribution of scale items. And you understand when I present the discussion why I took this liberal perspective and why this is important for what we're doing. So let me present to you the results. The first is the exploratory factor analysis. Let me start with this blue highlight here. Is more absolutism is the first time in 7 studies that more absolutism loaded above the threshold of 0.3. So I'm not going to use anything related to more absolutism because it doesn't replicate across the samples we have. The entire research comprises US samples, Brazilian samples, Australian samples, Colombian samples, and an Indian sample. It's a lot of data. If you look at, you can take a look very quickly on the bold values. You can see that on Hunter, we have a replication of the 3 factors. Order represents a morality factor leading to a more orderly view of the society. Other focus means that it's a morality aspect linked to society, to on preoccupation with others. And the third self-focus is a moral look at yourself. As you can see, on the first 2 sets of subscales, it replicates clearly across the board. More absolutism, as I mentioned, doesn't show anything beyond this study 1, and the others as well. Let me draw your attention to the yellow highlights here. As you can see, the pilot and the first US study, we can replicate quite clearly the values related to self-focus, but it changed for self-direction, stimulation, and hedonism in Brazil, which means that we have a cultural aspect leading here the way morality is associated to politics. And indeed, it has. Let me move on. I'm going to be quite short on this. To give space for some questions, and because I'm the last one, I don't want to tire you even more. Here are the regressions, as I mentioned, to Brazil and the United States. So on the left side, on model 5, you have the scores regressed on symbolic and operational conservatism. As you can see, order is important, and order focus negatively predicts conservatism in the US. On the right side, you have the same for Brazil, which means that we can info that morality for people in those two countries is based on orderly aspects. When we go down to, I'm going to concentrate on my results only on symbolic aspects because we don't have enough time to dive into everything. But when you concentrate on the symbolic aspects, on each unique contribution of subscales, we have them on the US. If you're still with me: fairness, loyalty, tradition, benevolence, universalism, self-direction, and power. And in Brazil, we have strict father, fairness, tradition, and security. As you can see, the values shift from one country to the other, in particular those ones related to culture values. So when we go to the specific contributions of each item to understand how behavior happens, and then I'll show you the questions, we have in the US, for instance, fairness, as with the question as, I think it's morally wrong that rich children inherit a lot of money while poor children inherit nothing, or loyalty and in-group with the questions such as, I'm proud of my country's history, tradition as a value, saying that tradition is important to me. I try to follow the customs handed down by my religion and family. So nationalism and religion at the same time. Self-direction, it's important to me to make my own decisions about what I do. I like to be free and not depend on the other. So individualism. And power, it's important to me to get respect from others. I want people to do what I say. Also, another dominant aspect of individualism. When we shifted to Brazil, we see a different picture, because a strict father, as you can see, has a lot of significant items. Fairness also shows a fair, shows a fair amount of significant items, but we have 3 items that clearly show in behavioral terms why we have a right-wing populist and government now, because we have items related to authority, tradition, and security, which are historically related to the right, to conservatism. So to wrap up my presentation, the famous discussion, or so what? We have in the US morality being linked to inequality in class differences, nationalism and traditionalism, and individualism. In Brazil, we can see authority aspects, gender differences, and sexism. As you can see here, let me go back to the 3rd question on authority, saying that men and women each have different roles to play in society. Order with authority, let me go back to here, whether or not an action causes chaos or disorder. And inequality and class differences with authority and tradition. Authority showing that disorder or chaos, and fairness, sorry, should read fairness and tradition. I think it's morally wrong that rich children inherit a lot of money while poor children inherit nothing. And tradition, the idea of family and religion driving how we behave as class. So that's the needs I can provide you as a from a political psychology angle that populism is tapping on in Brazil and in the US. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Fabricio. If you could perhaps stop sharing your screen so that we can see all panelists.
Haven't I stopped?
Okay, yeah, sorry. So I will start with a question for Carlos. It's from Anthony Pereira. How often do non-PRR parties in Western Europe counter the appeal of PRR parties by stealing their issues? I say this because that is what the Conservatives seem to have done to UKIP on EU membership. If this kind of approach is common, what impacts does it have on non-PRR party supporters?
Okay, first, our data is based on the demand side of the populism. I mean, we are studying the populist appeals that citizens in Europe hold. So based on that, we can see that most negative partisans towards the PRR political parties are articulated, are coalesced by some ideological, moral preferences. So they, in some cases, they might endorse political parties or political candidates that not necessarily qualify they might endorse political parties that qualify as populist radical right. But in most cases, there are little shares of the population, around 5%, 6% in most countries. So that happens sometimes because obviously political elites can change, can swing their positions, but the effect at the demand side is relatively little in comparison with other trends.
Okay, thanks very much, Carlos. There are two questions for Gina. The first one is from Anthony Pereira, and it's what were the indicators for his former supporters of Ríos Montt becoming part of the political establishment? And the second is whether Ríos Montt had an explicit discourse against human rights.
All right, thank you for those excellent questions. So, again, I talked a little bit about the indicators of policy failures that were clear even to the average Guatemalan by, say, 2002, 2003. But that's a very good question. What were the indicators that Ríos Montt and also Alfonso Portillo, who was embraced a similar populist strategy to become the FRG president from 2000 is when he took office, to 2004. So how did they become part of the establishment? I think that there are a couple key things that happened. So first was the fact that they took control of Congress in that same election. And then once the FRG actually had a majority in Congress, it came to be blamed for the dysfunction of the Congress. And there wasn't really anyone to foist the blame onto for a lack of action. And so I think that's one thing, right? And that the party actually kind of splintered over time. And there became quite a bit of conflict between the Ríos Montt and Portillo factions of the FRG. And so I think that open conflict also, it seemed, my impression is that people sort of saw the kind of political self-interest and saw that these people were actually elites that were vying for power and in conflict with each other, just kind of like any other politician. At the same time, there was massive corruption, massive corruption. And I think it's quite relevant that Ríos Montt and Portillo never really had control over the media establishment. So there was a fair amount of publicity of the allegations of corruption, particularly against Portillo, but Ríos Montt was closely tied to that, right, because they were just almost inseparable in the public eye. And I mean, the degree of corruption was really stunning, and Guatemalans' knowledge of it exceeded anything that had been publicly known up until that point about prior administrations. And I mean, in fact, when Portillo left office as president in 2004, he just immediately fled to Mexico because there were, people infer that he thought charges might have been brought against him in Guatemala. And I mean, he was later extradited to the US and then tried and convicted in US federal court on money laundering and things like that. So I think the corruption and the sort of unveiling and communications around the corruption were really pretty significant. In terms of human rights, just very briefly, I put a number of things in the chat, but the answer is yes. Rios Montt consistently, over his entire political career from the 1980s onward, had a very strong anti-human rights discourse. And I should just add that, genocide denial is very much alive and well in Guatemala. I don't know if you'll be able to see it properly, but I happen to have this book on my desk. It's called like The Farce of the Genocide in Guatemala. There's a lot of this kind of like literature and rhetoric still floating around. And so Rios Montt, in his defense at his various trials and also in politics, consistently claimed that he had actually saved the country from further violence and further chaos. And this kind of fits in with the populist narrative of standing up for the nation and the people. And that he had actually been the one to do good. Of course, I don't believe that, but I'm just articulating one of the more common arguments. One crazy fact that I describe a little bit more in the paper is that earlier in his life, in the 1970s, Rios Montt had actually run for president as a leftist candidate, and at the time was associated with a pro-human rights discourse, and actually ran on the idea that people should try to save their children from military violence. And it's really quite remarkable and a really interesting episode in history, but I described that a bit more in the paper.
All right, thanks very much, Regina. I have two questions for Cecilia as well. The first one is from Anthony Pereira, and he's asking about the graph where you show that older voters support Duterte less than younger voters, and that this pattern does not seem to hold for Bolsonaro. So how would you account for this? And the second one is from the audience, is from Christian Svarts, who is asking, he would like to know a bit more about access to higher education within the new middle classes, and whether this is in any way factored in your research. It seems to me that he says that these people, particularly the young and religious, and particularly men, identify with the anti-intellectualism, which is so much part of Bolsonaro's discourse, as well as a large part of the Brazilian cultural root foundations, as shown by theories from Sérgio Buarque de Holanda to Roberto Svarts. So
thank you very much. As far as Duterte's support by age, there's one explanation that has directly to do with my theory about the new middle class, and then other complementary explanations. So when we think about the new middle class in the Philippines, these are, and the kinds of industries that have grown in the past 30 years, these are overwhelmingly industries that employ young people. Business processing, process outsourcing, service centers that cater to the established middle class, like salons, massage parlors, and especially overseas Filipino workers. The Duterte campaign was also very proactive at targeting especially overseas Filipino workers, which comprise about 10% of the population, and provide disposable income to usually for a multiplying factor of 6 other people. So you have 6 people who are reliant on these overseas Filipino workers, who generally tend to be younger. Now, when the other explanations that we have are that the memory of dictatorship, of having actually lived dictatorship, makes Dutertismo less agreeable to people. I can't recall specific survey data on support for democracy segregated by age. However, the son of Ferdinand Marcos ran as vice president in 2016, and he also overwhelmingly performed better with younger people. And then the third explanation would be online mobilization. So in both countries, in the Philippines and Brazil, fake news, WhatsApp groups, Facebook were huge drivers. Both of these candidates, 2 years before they were elected, seemed like to be super, excuse the pun, far right, like far left wing, I guess it's a reverse pun, out of left field candidates who had no chance. And we should remember that of course, it's younger people who, especially at that time, had more access to this kind of fake news and social media, and the Philippines had its election 2 years before Brazil. So I think that might say something about why we see sort of more noise in this correlation in Brazil and the Philippines. As for access to higher education, so we do see a correlation in the sense that at least we have survey data in the Philippines that shows that people with graduate and postgraduate degrees tended to support Duterte more. I haven't done specific research on this, but my sense from interviews and participant observation is that in both countries, the kind of education that the new middle class is getting is still geared way more towards professions and trades than saying, and whereas the education that the established middle class has access to are, you know, we non-productive people in society. So the new middle class is having access to higher education to become nurses, sometimes doctors, accountants, and so these are not sort of educational programs that necessarily promote or have as an inherent facet critical thinking or thinking about government and democracy. At the same time, access to this kind of higher education increases this myth of meritocracy, right? It's a way for the new middle class to separate them from the poor and thus be susceptible to this othering that both Duterte does by using you know, drug addicts and criminals as a euphemism for poor urban residents, and that Bolsonaro uses the bandido as a euphemism for the same for poor urban and Black citizens.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. And there are a few questions for Fabrizio. I will try to gather them all together. So the first and the second, I think they have some points in common about the different clusters of values in the US and Brazil in the table that you showed. And specifically, how would you account for the differences in moral values you found between your US and Brazilian subjects at the individual level, and also if these correlations between values listed and voting for Trump Bolsonaro or they were for values and self-identification of the subjects. And there's another question from the audience about whether we're coming back to a sort of traditional society in terms of Weber. And yeah, so I would
let me start from the second. The answer is I don't know. As if I'm loyal to my data. What I can say is that people are expressing more traditional values. But if you're going back to a traditional Weberian ideal type of society, sorry, but I don't know. The second question that Tony Pereira made, two parts of it. The first part, I understand it can be a bit of speculative, especially because of the short amount of data I showed. Morality in both countries represents around 30% of the political orientation, explains the 30% of variation political orientation, and 35% of voting choices. So it's about the same. So we're in safe ground for approaching morality in politics. How they cluster, the explanation would go beyond this little this very short explanation I gave on 2 lines at the end of the discussion. What we have to do is going for the entire list of specific items and trying to understand how they approach. So the first would be the path to do is what I've been doing, and the longer version of the paper is analyzing each country separately. And for instance, when you have a cluster on fairness, for instance, putting together and seeing how the socio-cultural or the political culture, if you want to call it this way, approach in both countries. So the easiest path is to analyze them separately and see the contact points and then analyze the contact points. And then you can cluster it cluster and compare it between both countries. I hope I answered you, Tony.
Okay, so I think we can call it a day. It's been a rather long day in that. So Thank you, everyone, for participating to this session.
Katerina, I just want to say something at the end.
Absolutely. Okay.
But go ahead and finish. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to close this panel and thank everyone for participating in it. So I give the floor to you now, Anthony.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to mention it's kind of sad that Francisco, my colleague at the LSE, couldn't give the keynote today. He's ill. Had he been here with us, he might have said something about this book, Populism and Global Perspective. He has a chapter there about a discursive approach to populism, and he goes through Laclau and Gramsci and other thinkers. So had he been here with us today, he might have talked about that. I do hope he recovers. We're all hoping that he gets better. I also wanted to thank Leonardo Aires de Castro, a student at UFSCar, Federal University of Sao Carlos, for helping me put this together, and Giovanna Franza. But the important thing I want to say is that James Bagley has reassured me that you'll all get a link so that you can come on tomorrow. So we'll start tomorrow at 2 p.m. We'll have 3 panels, one on gender, one on institutions, one on COVID-19, and then Steve Levitsky's keynote will be at 6 p.m. London time. So however you're related to London time, that's how to figure out when the keynote is. But I really want to thank everyone today, the chairs, the people posting questions in the Q&A, all the panelists, all the presenters. You were extremely disciplined in waiting your turn and getting everything in on time. That doesn't always happen, but it happened today. So I really want to thank you. I hope to see most of you tomorrow. Fabricio, you were last but not least. You were kind of the late show, but there were plenty of people listening. So I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. And thank you. And 2 p.m. London time. Thanks a lot.